Every morning with truth in our hands.
The way out of this is a broader and better definition of consultation. Like I said the other day, the only problem we had was the definition of consultation. With this same clause, we've transitioned from SLPP to APC, from APC to SLP. We've gone back and forth. We've nominated electoral commissioners here and they've been approved. The only back and forth we had was the issue of consultation. So, at this juncture, Mr. Chairman, we propose that we have broader and better definition of consultation for this purpose. It has to be a structured and meaningful dialogue wherein we take into consideration all the issues at the point of making any nomination. So, I rest my case here, Mr. Chairman. The point here is about definition of consultation. Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, a constitutional amendment is not before us as a nation because we want to change the laws. It emanates from issues that are yet to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, from 1996 to date, yes, we agree we had commissioners appointed and the parties lose elections. But again, we must agree that elections is a means to protect the peace and security of the country. What we agree in having a chat and nomination committee, which is the best practice in most developing democracies in Africa, is to have a situation where both sides of the political divide we will see fairness in the possible conduct of elections. We still stand our ground that in this situation, we believe in the institutions of the Bar Association, the Religious Council. We believe that when we talk about Women's Forum, we believe when we talk about youth representatives that are being voted for at kingdom levels under the Youth Commission structure. These safeguards our democracy and it purifies the process of our election system. We don't doubt the president. But we are saying this president will not be the president forever. Whatever you decide, whether consultation, let us also note that the president, by being the president of the nation, is not tied to accept any advice except his own desire. Even when we talk about a chat and nomination committee, sincerely we also allow the president to say, in a situation where the body has brought forward certain people and is not satisfied, he is not tied to also accept them. So the committee can also chat further and further. But to say we go back to the old thing and define what consultation means. Consultation will be defined and accepted based on the party in power. We've been in this chamber and put a consultation is what consultation is. Consultation is writing letter. Consultation is making phone calls. Even when we define it for the sanctity of this nation, for the peace of this nation, for our credibility, our democratic credibility as a nation, let us accept the fact that those in the Bar Association, the journalists, are reputable Sierra Leoneans who can hold the balance of this nation. Let's not leave the entirety of our election process on what the president feels. I am sure if we do this for the sake of our nation, all of us that are here will move progressively and will move our nation forward. It is our own appeal on this side for our brothers to understand with us that what we push forward for is the credibility of the election process. You will not be in governance forever. So therefore we are saying, whether you are there or here, you must have the confidence that the system will work so progressively. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Let me listen to Honorable
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman. At this point, I don't see the reason why our colleagues on the other side are proving sticky downwards. Because this is a particular clause that came to them when we were in the opposition and they rejected vehemently. And the exact words were, why do you want to take away the powers of the president?
Oh, man.
Again, what we are doing here today, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, this is not the creation of the current president. This was something established by the former president, to which these people belong
To be vexatious.
what our president is doing.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we listen to our colleague on the other side. On the other side, where because we wanted to understand exactly and waited for Honorable to present our case. We don't need to shout because others need to understand. So let them hold their peace. Let them allow my colleague on the side to make his submission. Let's have some audience in the chamber. We can do it if you stand up and you can just appoint, speak, and we'll make our case very clear. So please.
Yes, proceed, Honorable Kojisalia. Yes.
Thank you very much. As I was saying,
Hold on, yes.
What is clear is that this is the house of Israel, and you cannot agree with me that we are undertones from both sides of the line. They are undertones from the other side. What we are doing now,
Honorable members, hold on.
what in fact, Mr. Speaker, what they are doing now is evidence of the testimony I'm making. They are giving me undertones right I'm speaking.
It's all right.
So please, if it's undertone, let it be undertone. But let us don't disturb the proceedings. Let us ensure that we allow people to talk and we learn from what they are saying.
Proceed, Honorable Saliakoni.
yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And as I was saying, what we have here today is not new. This was something that came up during the then government. What President Bio is trying to do, the President Bio is actually trying to tell the world that governance is about continuity. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, you will realize out of 134 recommendations, this president was generous enough to take up to 50, right? Unlike the former government. So what we are doing here is not new. All we are trying to do is to accomplish what they could not finish. That is what we are trying to do. And if you look at this bill, it is people-centered, it is focused on the people. That is why we are preaching about inclusivity and everything. Now let us come to the issue at hand. Consultation. You know, I happen to be part of the commission, and I remember during the 5th Parliament, we went to Bo, and we had a very healthy discussion. And the thrust of that conference or that summit was about consultation. So all along it has been the problem of consultation. How do we define consultation? That has been the problem. It has never been the case that we don't want the president to nominate. It has never been the problem. What we had was about consultation. And I think what this bill is proposing, why do you need to reinvent the wheel? Why do you need to reinvent the wheel when there is so what we are saying on this side is that, Mr. Chairman, what we need to do is to define in the most proper way what we mean by consultation. That is when all that is done. Then at the end of the day, the president can still go ahead with his powers to nominate, and the right consultations can be done. That is what we need as a country. But Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman, honorable members, what is happening on the other side is very much, what is something I would describe as dishonest. We are not generous to the
Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
We are not.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman,
I withdraw. I withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, at this level, let's this is
Hold on. Honorable members, please hold on. Please be guided by the use of words.
I'm guided.
Please be guided.
it's not all.
Now for Saloni, we declare the way. Tune in every day to
Truth me get radio.
For him to Mr. Speaker, we demand that he withdraw.
But do you know the kind of statements you made? Did you listen to the kind of statements I gave out to the floor? Did you listen to the kind of statements?
It is not only that dishonest.
Sit down, please. Honorable Koiki, Salia, proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a point of correction. The leader of the other side was making reference to Honorable Amnata. You directed. But it is very much unfortunate that all of us have been crying for a new constitution, for an amended constitution. And now people are moving away from what they had agreed upon. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, everything we have in this current bill was something they agreed upon. So it is deserving for us at this point,
Hold on, Salia. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I think we have debated this bill already. We are in third reading. So for the third reading, we are paying attention to the specific clause. We are dealing with this clause. So we should not be debating this bill. What if Mr. should not come again? Let us go.
I don't know if you want to take my seat. I am allowing it for good reason. I am the presiding officer here. I know what I'm doing. When the debated on the issue, I did not stop it. Please allow me to proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just try to Mr. Chairman, honorable members, you realize it is inclusive and it is people-centered. So at this point, I want to beg the people of this country. At this point, if anybody should sabotage this particular process, let the people of this country know that these people have sabotaged the amendment of this constitution. Because I'll tell you for free.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman.
To pander to the emotional conscience of our people. But let me say this and say it clearly. It seems to me we are making an unforgivable assumption here that the existence of the word consultation in the 1991 Constitution is being misread or being misunderstood by former presidents or current president or whosoever that is supposed to be looking at it. No, the Constitution is very clear. It is very clear, and consultation for what it is, like other concepts like participation, can be defined very invariably by people in the way and manner they want to do it. And it is in this particular situation that as political parties, our people have decided that regardless of how we define consultation, laws should not be ambiguous. Let us be clear. To suggest the creation of a search and nominating committee makes it much more easier for every one of us. Make it easier. They will define. They will come. People are arguing that it is taking the powers from the president. No, there is a leverage. The president still has the power to say, I accept these nominations or not. But it is much more predictable. We cannot, for the sake of it, the experiences of the past that has plunged this country into so much disrepute. We cannot again leave it to chance that the president can define what is consultation for us in the way and manner he will want to. So it is not the APC that is attempting to be disingenuous to the people of this country. It is anyone who feels that we should not adopt the search and nominating committee. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members will stick a pin here. We'll stick a pin. We'll proceed. That's for page 2. Page 3. Mr. Chairman.
We did not get it clearly. Oh, sorry, sir. I don't like to come on when you have been ruling. But I think we should put a motion that we either vote on it or we make a ruling.
So we want to
get that one from you, that you want to stick a pin or to see.
We'll come to that later.
All right.
Let's just proceed.
Okay.
Page 3.
Page 3, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Let's go to Roman figure 5. There is this condition of age. He has not attained the age of 65 years. Order. two MPs that we are quarreling, stand up. All other MPs return to your seats. The two MPs stand up and leave my chambers. Leave my chambers. Sergeant Jata, let them leave my chambers. Yes, I was listening to Honorable. You go too fast. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was talking about Roman figure in page 3, the Chief Electoral Commissioner honestly, Roman figure 5. He has not attained the age of 65 years.
That's what Roman figure 5.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I am not saying that Stenian was welcome to change, but I am saying if our staff members are facing problems, it should be the.
That's what I'm controlling. Let me take care of that, please.
And of course, let me send this note of caution to all of you, all the strangers in this world. You are not part of this debate. If you contribute to this debate, I'll send you out, all of you. And if you continue to cause noise, I'll send all of you out. You are required to just sit and listen. We have allowed you here because you are citizens. It's a privilege that you are here. Proceed.
So it's the issue of 65 years being a ceiling. Even for the position of presidency, we have the threshold, the minimum threshold of 40 years. And now for the position of who decides, together with their institution, who becomes the president, we have the ceiling of 65, creating a situation wherein age becomes the barrier to competence, integrity, experience, and all the rest of it. So I want to bring this noble house. Let's revisit this particular aspect in line also in adopting international best practices. Take, for example, in Liberia, an ordinary commissioner, 35 years, upwards, you're qualified. So I think Sierra Leone, likewise, and if we also want to talk about empowering the younger generation, who are the, let me say, the next generation of game changers, we have to start setting the pace, the foundation. So, again, let's look at the issue of 65 years being a ceiling. Let's use the minimum threshold.
What's the minimum threshold?
We can use the minimum threshold. We can use the minimum threshold of 40. In fact, honestly, it can even be 35. That's why we are here. I'm proposing.
You're true, baby.
On FM 103.9.
Baby, you're true, baby.
On FM 103.9.
Now we voice, now we power. True feed.
I said 40 can even be.
Yeah. On FM 103.9.
Now God we dey pray, not true we dey preach. Freedom of speech, now that we dey teach.
For salon, we go stand tall. Radio, true PJ.
35.
Yes, Honorable Tambakeli.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether my honorable colleague has actually read the it's a discretion conferred on the appointed body. If you have not
the ceiling is what I'm against. The ceiling.
So what is the problem with the ceiling? You are talking about the
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You know, when as lawmakers we must be careful sometimes not to deliberately lead this country to some delusion. Mr. Speaker, we have existing laws. Principals of schools at 60 they go. They don't go to classrooms. They only run the administration of schools. If the national law is 60 years for retirement, for the electoral commissioner 5 years has been added already, like the judges and other positions in society. You know, sometimes let's not water down the gains we're making as a nation. We have ministers of government that are in their youthful age, showing competency to deliver. The Attorney General is not 50 years or above. He is showing competence to deliver. We cannot, we must not, and we should not have a commissioner who conducts an election for us, who the determinant of that election is not imagine the man is 80 years. Even the Bible say 70 years, and you're telling us to appoint anybody. The man messed up the nation and he dies. We must have a situation. Let's have 65 years as a benchmark. You know, I understand better.
Calm down.
They don't have the opportunity. We need that institution who is 65 years and above. If it is not broken, why fix it?
Why can't you do it?
Let our conscience speak. If it is not broken,
Why fix it?
why fix it? You know, Mr. Speaker, I understand the problem
32-3, what is
our colleagues are facing. I understand the position. We've had a situation in which we've had commissioners who've done 2 terms and yet still they are not 65. Are we saying the president is limited to see young people with potentials in the field of academics, law, accounting, who can man the affairs of our elections without recourse to any trouble? The problems we face in all other elections has never had a problem with the person, not the age. It's the integrity. Why not add integrity clauses? I have said this, that most times when we have issues with our elections, the people who conduct the elections, none of our laws has made provisions for those people to be held accountable and to address impunity. If it's in election, they cancel elections. But what happens with the man who has led us to that situation of the country wasting money? What?
I don't know what's happening.
You know, I am not posing to respond, but I want to give him an opportunity so his people will understand he's here. And he does not have an opportunity to debate. I like to speak. Why do you want to decide? I'll give the opportunity.
That's the AKK for all of us.
Mr. Speaker, in situations like this, if we are amending any part of this law, it will be safeguards, punishments, aggressive impunity. We have a situation in this country where somebody we add 1 to 148 and he's walking free. So, as young people, as long as we are in this chamber, let us have progressive laws where we have situations where the electoral commissioner or his staff will be afraid to impute anything that will cause this nation into chaos. So our appeal is, we have never had situations of age. We've never had opportunity of age. We've never had opportunities of competency. We've had situations of aggressive impunity and behaviors and issues of integrity. So if there's anything we are going to add here, let it be issues of integrity checks. Please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I think we are wasting our time. In the Electoral Commission of CID is a public service, there is section 151 of the Constitution is in the Electoral Commission of CID is a public service, there is section 151 of the Constitution
Mr. Chairman, the age limit referred Mr. Chairman, when we are making laws, we make laws also to have the Supreme Court whose responsibility will be in the future. Mr. Chairman, when we make laws, I think we should be making laws with the intention of aiding the Supreme Court, whose responsibility will be to interpret the very constitution that we'll be making. And Mr. Chairman, you will agree with me that in interpreting the Constitution by the Supreme Court, they will have to use canons of interpretation, and one such canon will be the mischief rule, trying to
every morning with truth in our hands. No more silence, we take a stand. For the people who cry for the dreams that fade, we speak for the hearts that justice betrayed. Radio True be there
On FM 103.9.
Radio True be there
On FM
make we talk through big radio on FM fight. We shine a light in the darkest night because we believe in hard work and faith. The Sierra Leone way. We hold the line, come what may.
Them one set we more them, but we go shout.
Holding the office
The poor man vote.
of Chief Electoral Commission, any commissioner from 60 to 7 or being a commissioner by submission.
Yes, leader of the opposition.
Yes, sir. Effectiveness. And I'm telling you, one of the offices that caters for the stability of this nation is the office of the Chief Electoral Commission.
Watch me.
So if we are containing civil servants who are 60 years and say we do not need their services because of their age, then we must put that same consideration on public servants who are 60 years, especially this role that is so focused, that is so focal, that is so considerable, that determines the peace of this nation, that determins the stability of this nation. Age should not be the circumstance. So we should be very careful when crafting our laws. You cannot say let 80-year-old man have this position, let 70-year-old man have this position. This is a critical position that if a blunders happen in this position, it will go around the entire nation. So to me, for the sake of consistency, the drafters of the constitution were very intelligent. I am going to suggest I will leave it at the age of 65 as stated in the constitution instead of trying to amend it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, sorry. I listened to my colleague on the other side. He tried to 65 should not be appointed. No, that's just the case. We are giving the latitude to the president to look at the other way around. I propounded my argument, why not 40 years? The last time when I put my case forward about the mentees, you are very clear. He said, we don't even know how people have the mental problem, even when you are sitting in a very good office. And in this particular clause, they also try to examine the frame of mind. That is the mentees. It is proposed here. Now, this is my proposal. If the fountain of honor, the threshold is 40. Let me read this provision in the Constitution, Mr. Chairman. Section 41 of the Constitution, Mr. Chairman, reads, no person shall be qualified for election as president unless 1. is a citizen of Sierra Leone, B. is a member of a political party, C. has attained the age of 40. Eta. Mr. Chairman, the fountain of honor, the biggest, the highest office in this land. We are saying that is going to take critical decisions to decide the fate of this country. That's why the people are very crafty in this proposal. He said, the mentees, the frame of mind, that is one. But I'm not proposing that deliberately. I like conformity of the law. As you said for other chairmen or for other provisions, that you are giving 5 years as a limit, and based on certain other requirements, you are given another 5 years. That is my submission. That is one. So age should not be a cap in conformity with section 41C. In conformity with section 4C. If you can let the president of threshold of 40, why not the chief electoral commissioner who is going to announce the result after examining the mentees and after going comparison the one you have in the constitution and the one you are talking about, the chief electoral commissioner. Mr. Chairman, let me submit to this house. If I have a threshold for president for 40 years, and the person coming to announce for us to have the next president, why not give that individual with thorough frame of mind, age limit, as my colleague said, not a bar to professionalism, to integrity, to length of service, to experience. Why not say, using the law? This law, the constitution is over 30 years now. We want to make a serious amendment. I have stood here. I have propounded legislations, put my case in this chamber for reforms, for progressive laws. I am on record for that. Today, this house, this particular house, the 5th Parliament, and this 6th Parliament, under your leadership, we are on record for making progressive laws. That is why we have today over 30% of women elected to this chamber. So because of my experience and my fairness and the progressive nature as I am, my stature in making progressive laws, Mr. Speaker, I beg my colleague on the other side. The law in conformity to Section 41C of the Constitution, let us give a threshold for the appointment of Chief Electoral Commissioner and others for 40 years. I rest my case, my submission, sir.
I don't even know why this one has become a problem. I don't even know. It seems because people have this frame of mind that there should be argument on the constitutional amendment bill, then every other thing in the bill should be argued. Because as far as I know, this should not be a problem. Of course. It should actually not be a problem. Because we all know, we have passed laws here. We have passed several laws relating to age, retirement, and stuff like that. Why are we arguing on a thing as this? We should not even be arguing. We should not even be debating on a matter like this. I will stick a pin. We proceed. Maybe we'll leave here 3 a.m. in the morning. Yes, okay, yes. Honorable, please, sorry. Please proceed.
If you want to concede in position, when you don't already appoint
I heard the leader of government business say right from his soul that he prides himself in the progressive laws he is bringing before this House of Parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I feel sad as a representative of young people in this world of Parliament for me to hear people put in a cap or minimum of 40 years for the Chief Electoral Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I'm really sorry. I want to be quoted directly. I said
a minimum.
Thank you, sir.
A minimum threshold of 40 years.
So you can capture the young people, sir.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, 40 years is not even a young person anymore, by definition.
Watch me.
Mr. Speaker, honorable member, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the most senior minister of government in this country, the chief minister, is 39 years old. The foreign minister, another very senior minister, is 39 years old. The anti-corruption boss is less than 30 years old. Are they doubting the wisdom of Mr. President to appoint such young people to such positions? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, you asking the people to elect people at the age of 21 to be members of Parliament. But the members of Parliament at 21 who are mentally stable, who are mentally mature, to appoint to, how do they do this process? The confirmation, to confirm these people to be of a minimum of 21. Yet still, you want to move this age from 21 to 40. Mr. Speaker, we're against this. 40 years as a minimum is disservice to the young people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members,
35 now.
By the 2015 census, the population of young people in this nation, is over 73%. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, if you say in judges, learned judges, the Chief Justice must not be older than 65. Why do we want the Chief Electoral Commissioner to be older than that? If the people who you're calling learned people, you say una not tired at 65 SO2, what is wrong? In fact, being the Chief Electoral Commissioner is more demanding physically and mentally than even the judges. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, there's nothing wrong. In fact, as the leader said, in line with the Civil Service Code or regulations and public service, the age of 60, 65 is appropriate. And I feel it is right, like you rightly said, Mr. Chairman, for us to be in conformity with the law. We've passed a lot of laws here regarding age. And Mr. Speaker, for that reason, if we think judges and other people, like the whip said, teachers must not be above 60, 65. Why do you want to give a man older than that age a very Herculean task, a killing task to conduct elections across the entire nation? I rest my submission.
So we stick a pin here.
Mr. Chairman, mine is going to be brief.
No, we are sticking a pin.
Mr. Chairman, it's going to be brief.
Sorry, sit down.
Mr. Chairman, another point. Another point, sir.
Honorable member.
Another point on this page.
On the same page.
Another point.
Okay, yes. Page 3.
Page 3.
Yes.
Page 3. Conditions for qualification of the Chief Electoral Commissioner and the commissioners. Both areas.
Yes.
Both areas are suggesting addition of paragraph 6 after paragraph 5. Paragraph 6 to read as follows. He is not a member of a registered political party. It's not a member of a registered political party. But for you to be appointed, and people to be appointed as Chief Electoral Commissioner or Electoral Commissioner, you cannot be a full member of a political party and you expect neutrality from some people. So what do you mean by open member?
Leader of government business, I think that's
He said an open member.
Mr. Chairman, except to want to categorize things. You see, I've said the problem we have is trust issue with our executive powers. Because it's already clear in all of the appointments that you have done, for you in fact to work at the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Act, it's very clear that you should be a member of the political party. It's very clear. My colleague, this is the reason why we need to engage. And I'm really happy we had the engagement. I think I'm not trying to overstate the law, but I'm trying to show some understanding with my colleague on the other side. The business of legislation is how, Mr. Chairman, how do you accept you give me and doing people? Even when I've moved my motion for age limit, my age is campaigning me. I'm here to come to terms with him. We are campaigning all over. That is God. That is his bill. It's clear. He's also now looking that you should make it very clear, distinct. This is a progressive parliament. I accept that you put clear definition that you should be apolitical for electoral commissioners.
Well, fine.
I'm coming. Let me answer.
Accepting the proposal.
In the lieu of giving that one, I am also talking about not just staggering, but also making the appointment by terms. 5 years, the other one will come. But I will come to that because I'm still having. You see, the business is lobbying. As a 15 year, Honorable Tawa is lobbying me for big laws. My other colleagues are lobbying me. It's beyond this constitutional amendment. It's beyond what we call the APC, the paramount chief of SFPP. It's the state of our country we are looking at. So I'm very happy with that, Mr. Chairman. I accept. Should be a political.
So what's the wording?
The wording will come now. I have my secretariat at my back. Thank you.
Madam AG, take note of that.
Yeah, I did it.
Any other issue on page?
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I'm sure.
Hold on.
I'm sure in our engagement this morning,
yes,
which ran on to this afternoon, we agreed that on qualification for the Chief Electoral Commissioner and other commissioners, we should retain bachelor's degree and include experience. So for the Chief Electoral Commissioner, we say it should be 10 years, and for other commissioners, it should be 5 years working experience.
take note, Madam Minister, take note. Is agreed? Take note, Madam Minister. The Chief Electoral Commissioner should be a holder of a bachelor's degree and 10 years experience.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The other commissioners, holders of bachelor's degrees and 5 years experience.
Yes.
Yes, Speaker, your position.
We indeed agreed.
Yes.
But similarly, we should qualify the type of experience we are requiring.
Yes, of course.
Not
We
necessarily
have governance.
yes, in governance.
In governance and public management.
Yes,
In governance and public management. In governance and public management. That's all for page 3, with the exception of the age. With the exception of the age. We proceed to page 4.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we have a proposal. I just want to sanitize it.
Yes.
We already have a proposal that's talking about has professional qualifications and experience in governance and public management.
Yes. Yes.
See, just a few minutes ago, my colleague made a submission, but I did say apolitical. We don't want you to even be closer to whether registered or a member of political party. They are two different things. So we want to make sure that you are apolitical from the one. You understand it? So sometimes
it's difficult to prove that.
Yes.
It's difficult to prove whether somebody is apolitical.
So we don't want you to even assume that you should even to assume that when you are closer to a color, you should make sure even when elections, because they perceive you by putting on a red shirt and a green shirt. We want you to be far away from this thing. So yes, it's just that you want to maintain some caveat that you should not even encourage this part of the
commissioners will remember Honorable Daniel Kruma.
Yes.
They will remember you for this.
Yeah, so I think I submit that when we come to the provisions, giving is well worded.
Yes,
yes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. We proceed page 4. Yes, page 4.
Page 4, term limits for Chief Electoral Commissioner and commissioners.
Yes.
There is no provision for eligibility for the appointment. And I believe
You also use the mic?
I'm using the mic.
No, you don't say you don't.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I believe sometimes we can have people of greater integrity. We can have competent people who may have served first term of 5 years, but the president in power should have the leverage to decide whether to reappoint that person. But it is not in this bill and it is not in the extant law. So I'm suggesting that we bring that into this bill. For eligibility for the appointment for a further term of 5 years only to read as follows.
That is discretionary.
It's discretionary, yes. It's discretionary by the president. But the person should be eligible. The person should be eligible. So I'm suggesting that paragraph A of section subclause 7, say a commissioner shall serve a full term of 5 years from the date of his appointment and shall be eligible for reappointment for a further term of 5 years only. And then this one, irrespective of the remaining term of the other member, you delete that one. That one can best fit in the next paragraph, which is paragraph B. Paragraph B speaks to completing the term of an unfinished term. So that's irrespective of the term of order. You delete it, it stops to only, the word only. And then we delete this one, irrespective of the remaining term of other commissioners. That's not necessary there. The next paragraph will address the relationship between one commissioner who dies before the end of his term, or who resigns, or is incapable due to illness, and then another is appointed to finish that remainder of that term. It addresses that one.
Mr. Chairman, while I agree with my colleague on the eligibility for the appointment, I think if we delete the portion on paragraph A, it would mean completely different subject matter altogether in paragraph B. So I would suggest that the recommendation he has made, we introduce it as maybe paragraph C, and C becomes D, and D1 and D2.
Madam Minister, take note.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have accepted in principle. Mr. Chairman, we have accepted in principle. So I think we have the draft out of us. So the staggering the years, the remaining time, the remaining years, I think we should stick a pin and we have the proper wording. We have accepted in principle that we have, but the one that has to do with attaining the age of 65, we still stick a pin. Because we have exactly, but in principle, what you have suggested, we get a proper draft for it, and we have the draft with us. So let us move on for sake of time, and we'll come and get the proper wording. Various parties have suggested what we should do in terms of the amendment. In principle, you have accepted about 5 years staggering terms. But as I'm saying, we are making 2 more layers. That's why I said it should be flexible in other areas. So I submit like this.
Yes, hold on. Yes, on this page. Yes, on
the 7 on the first at the top.
Yes.
It says the term of office of a member of the Electoral Commission shall be staggered. So we've agreed that the name be changed to the National Electoral Commission. So we add the word national to Electoral Commission.
Of course, certainly.
And also using the word or the phrase shall be staggered is ambiguous. The term of office of a member of the National Electoral Commission shall be staggered. That is ambiguous.
Yes,
so you say that they do 5 years, they stop, or they do 3 years, they stop.
The drafter, who is the drafter? Is the drafter here? Mr. Minister, do you want to respond to that? Madam Minister, can you allow the minister? Yes, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, so first is the rationale and then the correction that needs to be made. The rationale for recommending that the term is staggered is going to ensure that there is always institutional memory. So the correction that needs to be made here is the term of office of members of the Electoral Commission shall be staggered. That is really to ensure that appointments are not made at the same time and departures do not happen at the same time, but to really ensure that at each time appointments are being made, it's really to ensure that at each time appointments are being made at the commission, or that
you leave behind some old folks.
Exactly. So you leave behind certain people who will really be the institutional memories of the institution. So that way, if we make certain appointments this year, others to be made the other year, so that all of the commissioners do not leave at the same time. Of course, we note that what we have at the commission is that appointments have been made at different times, but it is not established in law. So we're really proposing that it be laid out in the constitution, so that the appointments are not made at the same time. So we recommend that this particular clause be read as the terms of office of members, the terms of office of members of the Electoral Commission shall be staggered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Leader, you know, this is a bill that has to do with the Constitution. I'll be extremely happy if we have different MPs contributing. Please.
No, it's just a question.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we're introducing something new into our lawmaking. We've had situations where we appoint.
Hold on, Mr. Minister. I think that staggered has to be defined. That one has to be defined in the definition.
Mr. Speaker, we don't. I am begging the AG that we don't need it, because if we start to do it now, we have situations where president appoints commissioners in boards and other commissions, where they are all in the board, but they are being appointed at different timing. So if you start using staggering now,
government make laws to guide the president.
Exactly.
So we are only guiding. So I know it's a new concept, but we can still accept that concept because it's a good.
Mr. Speaker, the risk is we have very good lawyers. We also have very good politicians who take advantage of certain abilities. My fear today is we don't get to a point where we have to call people to come and interpret. When you have somebody who say, okay, it's a staggering, I'll appoint you 5 years now, you do another 5 years, another 2 years, later you do another one. But what he's explaining is 3 commissioners can be appointed at different timing, which means the law should just address my own situation. If I am 2 terms in the office, it's 2 terms, you don't need the staggering. If I am 5 years, it's 5 years. Let's just maintain our normal language of 2 terms or 5 years. But adding another new vocabulary, I stand to be corrected, but I think.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can we also do that?
Mr. Chairman, I support the NG for this commission. Because if, for instance, for the current government, it's like less than, for instance, 2 years. And then, God forbid, somebody dies now. And then a new commissioner is appointed. And then, after 2028, APC takes over. That man appointed them cannot be tampered with by the APC government. That person, the staff of office cannot be tampered with by the APC new government that are there and will appoint my own team that can deliver for me. The one appointed other person, so the end of his students to rename. So by the time another minister to appointed, they will be starting their first year. While this thing person will be going to his third year. That's the meaning of staggering. It doesn't mean to sweep everybody and then going fresh.
Yeah, it's great.
Mr. Chairman, the use.
Okay, hold on. After Honorable Tabakeli.
Yes, stagger there is not and none of the explanations given in the reality is people appointed at different times and for different tenures. When your tenure expires, you go. Yeah, or they serve as good suggestion. Yeah, if there's a provision for renewal or for continuation, they continue. So let us not introduce. This is one of the things when you're in law. What you don't want to do is to introduce words that will be amenable to different interpretations. And the draftman is Mr. Thompson.
That's why I've insisted on interpretation.
So we don't need interpretation. Yeah, when you use simple logical language, it's when you introduce this convoluted subterranean terminology. Then you have to talk. 5 people are appointed as commissioners. If they are appointed at the same time for 5 years, they know unless there's a provision for it's 5 years they go. If 3 are appointed this year and 2 are appointed next year, it means that those appointed first time, you know, as we say law. So why do something that is going to create difficulties of interpretation? At the end of the day, we don't have monopoly of knowledge of the law, although we are lawmakers.
Honorable Tabakeli, we have seen cases where the president comes and clears the entire commission of everybody.
Exactly.
So we don't want a situation like that. Yes, proceed. Honorable Weataso.
Suggesting the AG have clearly explained to us what it is. I think what we need is a definition. We can have a definition for the neatness of proceedings, but we've clearly understood from what he explained to us why the staggering in the phrase. So what we need is a definition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, Honorable Mari Konsi. Staggered in the context of appointment is clearly saying that you don't, the terms, those begin at the same time and end at the same time. For all the commissioners. For all the commissioners. So this is what's going to be the practice. They are not going to be begin at the same time and end at the same time. It's going to be staggered. Commissioner 1, maybe this year, Commissioner 2. So to ensure continuity, institutional memory, they are not going to be at the same time. So staggered in the context of appointment, it means terms of members do not begin and end at the same time. In fact, a clear definition of that word, staggered, is a safeguard. To me, it's a safeguard. We have seen cases where some people, still have their time to do, and they are sacked. Because somebody has a 5-year term does not mean he or she cannot be sacked and probably compensated. So that word staggered can also serve as a safeguard against termination of certain commissions, because you have to leave them there. Yes, Honorable Bashiru Siddiqui.
Chairman,
we are still on page 4.
Yes, page 4. After A, where a person is appointed as a member to fill a vacancy, he shall hold office for a remainder of the term of the previous member, and shall, subject to this act, be eligible for reappointment. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, we should all know that this is an independent institution, and we should give electoral commissioners free hand. I believe, and I want to propose, that we don't have persons filling vacancies, but we have persons occupying positions based on the term limits. For instance, when a vacancy exists, the president or whosoever that is charge of appointing, that person should hold a complete period of 5 years. Because, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, if you say you appoint somebody to come and fill a vacancy of 2 years, that person will be subjected to the person that you are appointing, or her. Because at the end of the day, there are critical decisions, but he will be running after those people that please go and appoint me back. But let the person believe, when once he occupied that position, he is occupying that position for a complete period of 5 years. But for if he comes and he will have to serve for 1 year, he will be subjected to the person that will have to appoint him after 1 year. And there is nobody that wants to come occupy a position for 1 year or 1 year and a half and says, I don't want to continue. He will be running after persons and his independence will be questionable. So I want to propose that persons should not fill vacancies. If vacancies exist, they should nominate persons to run the complete 5 years. Yes. So as to start at the
Mr. Minister, I think that's powerful. That's powerful. Yes. Yes, inform your draftsman to see how that can be captured. Yes, Honorable William.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Over the years, the past 8 years in this service, I have been disturbed by we seated and decide the fate of others. We are discriminating others about the timeline, how long they serve in their respective position. But none of these honorable people of all have never ever decided on how long a member of parliament come and stay in this particular service. None of them have ever said that. None of them have ever said that. None of them have ever talked about how long they will be here. We have seen, I know I'm aware of 73, but there is no time limit here. And nobody has ever argued about that. There is no age limit about it. Are we being fair to what we do in this place? That is my concern. Are we being fair? Because we talk about justice. Are we being fair to ourselves? Are we being fair? I have seen members of parliament sleeping on themselves on their time. Are we being fair? Are we being fair to this nation? That we are here for 3 times, for 2 times, for 4 times. That is the question of this place. Thank you very much. Thank you. That question is meant for a leader problem. That question is for a leader problem. Mr. Chairman, I listened to him carefully. He said we have not had the age limit. We are here 4 times, 3 times, and the case may be. That's why I said we should look for the threshold. So also, do you want to retire now? No, you don't want. It's no age limit. He asks why no age limit? Why should give age limit to the commissioner? Why should we? Equity and fairness. Mr. Minister, the deputy leader of government business raised a particular point about B plus B. Plus B. Did you take notes? Yes, I did. Please work on that. Let me see the drafting. Yes. Yes. Proceed.
On page 4, Mr. Speaker, if you go back to the Political Parties Act of 2022, Section 4, we have already amended this very clause. That is section 34 of the Constitution. In the Political Parties Act. In section 4 of the Political Parties Act. In section 4, we included 5 different categories that should constitute the commission. First is the chairman, B, the chief electoral commissioner, C, the legal practitioner nominated by the Sierra Leone, the chairman, yes. And B, we have the chief electoral commissioner. C, we have a legal practitioner nominated by the Sierra Leone Bar Association. D, we have a member nominated by the Sierra Leone Labour Congress. And E, we have a member nominated by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sierra Leone. So I'm just asking that we take due consideration of that amendment that was made to the Constitution. And do not do another amendment again to that. No, what I'm saying, sir, we not just amend the act. Whenever you are amending an act that has to do with the Constitution, you must ensure that you have the procedure just as you are amending the Constitution. So there was a 2/3 majority vote on this very clause when we were amending this act, the Political Parties Act. So it was just as amending the Constitution because it's a clause in the Constitution. So by extension, we amended the Constitution that very instant. So there is no need for another amendment for a clause that we have already amended in the Constitution.
Mr. Minister, what have you got to say to that?
You have the
Mr. Chairman, I just want to support the leader of the opposition in the submission. That we already did the amendment for this provision in 2022. We first did the constitutional amendment before we came to conclusion in having this section in the PPRC Act 2022. I think what we need to do is just make to preference and proper committee state what we have here. Provided proposing now to have additional is 4 here, but here we have number 5. So it's a matter of not really need to put it in the Constitution, but it's another statement, that provision in the Public Elections Act. Because you know the round go around amending the Constitution. In the future, if you want to add more members here, you want to bring the Constitution for amendment. So I think we should go with the dictates in the Act. But that's why it's stated. So I perfectly agree with you that we look at the PLC Act as stated. Yes.
Yes, Honorable.
That's not the point, sir. The point is, in the 1991 Constitution, it is written there. There are 4 members, including the chairman, 4 members, the chairman and 3 other members, and that's an equal number. That's the reason why the Constitution is being amended. It's an equal number in this Constitution, and you cannot have an equal number to form a commission. It has to be an odd number to prevent equality of votes. In the Constitution is 4, so there's a need to amend the Constitution to make it 5. That's what the leader suggested, to add chartered accountants.
No, what I'm saying is that amending an act of parliament that is related to the Constitution, by extension is amending the Constitution. Because amending an act of parliament is simple majority. But amending any clause that is related to the Constitution is 2/3. When we are amending, when we are passing.
Sorry, I don't want to stop disputing the leader after, but I think he should state correctly it is not any clause which is the bill. It is the bill that will require 2/3. He has said it. If we are amending clauses in the bill,
will require simple majority. But for the bill to become law in the third reading and for it to be passed into law, it must attain the vote of not less than 2/3 of members of parliament.
I know, sir. Back to my point. I was saying, sir, that we use due process to ensure that we have the 2/3 to pass this very clause in the act. So meaning, by extension, we are amending the constitution. It is not the problem we've had with our constitution is that since 2002, all of the amendments that have been made to this constitution have not reflected in the copy we have now. So we should try to do a constitution that reflects all of the amendments, including section 38A, including all of this that we did. So I am saying now, because we did not put in this constitution what was amended or what was placed in the Political Parties Act, that is why my deputy is of the opinion that we need to amend the constitution. But by extension, this constitution has already been amended, because we use the constitutional procedure with 2/3 majority to amend the act.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask you to congratulate our SY Speaker of Surrounding Parliament under the leadership of Umaru Paran Tarawali. We have put a comprehensive, detailed account of all the laws that we have passed in this house. We have them. It was given to us through, we did not pay for it. So I want to commend the SY Speaker and the SY Clerk. We cannot just approve the amendment of the PPRC Act, where there is a provision in the Constitution, without paying attention to the due course. We have done that already. We don't want to go over that one anymore. So we just have to believe in what we have done. Let us not put the integrity of Parliament to question. But I submit that we stay with the provision that we have done the amendment in 2022. And we have a provision in front of this house in the bill that search committee you should go. We are proposing that we remove the search committee for this PPRC. Same like the one we have for the consultation for the 32.3. So, Mr. Chairman, my submission is that we stay with this one we have amended, no problem. We have addressed the issue of quorum, but where there is time, we have 5 members. And the other point, we can now deal with that one. We can still again because this big issue of search, the search committee for PPRC. I think that one also, for me, why do we need it? Let me give you a background. Under the SY President, as by Guma, late Tola something, blessed memory. We are having serious political problems within the SFPP. We had issues of going to the Supreme Court. And who arbitrated us was the late Tola Thompson, a man who was appointed by the then administration. He marshaled us quietly, we went to Supreme Court, and we came with a very nice rules and regulations. How do we go about our party, structuring our party in terms of lower level election, right to our convention? Sometimes you have to respect the office, forget about the individual, and the performance of that individual now. You look at the office that this person, that particular caliber, Dr. Thompson demonstrated a real leadership in that commission. So that's one aided us so much in shaping our party. Today is the president we have, President Julius Barabi. We did not look at him because he was appointed because he was our opposition, and we were in opposition, appointed by the SY president and by Guma. We looked at it as a man with integrity and the purpose of hope of this nation in shaping the political parties in line with Section 35 of the Constitution. So for me, as I've said times without number, we are looking at the office, the integrity of the office. If you are not fit for purpose, the president has the moral responsibility to use Section 61 to remove you. That's clear. So I submit that this issue of search committee must go. Must go.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, yes, I just want to remind this house that when we were passing into law the 2022 Political Parties Act, what we first did was to amend the Constitution. So we amended the Constitution in that very act to ensure that this clause is retained in the act. We amended the Constitution. So meaning there is no need for another amendment of the Constitution. I even have with me the ruling of Mr. Speaker for the amendment of this clause in the Constitution. Now we are just going through the same point. Initially when we dealt with the Search and Nominating Committee for ECSN, which is the same for PBIC, the two sides have different opinion, and we decided to stick a pin. So if we had stuck a pin on them, on the ECSN, I think we should do the same for PBIC. Because they all cover the same thing.
No, is that
we have two issues there. Meaning with proof of what you guys said.
One, the composition. We are dealing with two issues. As far as 34 is concerned. You query the composition also.
I query the composition. Yeah, but leaders say we have amended this in the past. So if there's a proof of that, then this one should be expunged. If there's proof of previous amendments of 34.
Mr. Minister, let me hear you.
so, Mr. Before the Minister?
Yes, let me hear you, Minister, hold on.
Thank you. Before the Minister, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, in 2022 we amended the PPRC Act, and it was clear on how the chairman of the PPRC should be selected.
No, it's less.
It was clear because before amending, we amended the Constitution so as to allow this Parliament to amend the PPRC Act. And if you read the PPRC Act, Mr. Minister, sorry, I know you are not in office while we are amending the PPRC Act. The PPRC Act states in Part 4, subsection 3. It says the chairman shall be a person who is qualified to be appointed as judge of the Superior Court of Judicature, appointed by the President in consultation with registered political parties, subject to the approval of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we should also bear in mind that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, is the President for all. And by voting the President, it means we have trust in him, and we should give him the laxity to determine some of our rights. The President is not President for APC, nor a President for SFP. He is the President for Sierra Leone. I have read other laws. If you go to Nigeria, Mr. Chairman, the Electoral Commission is selected by the President in consultation with the Council. If you go to Gambia, it is the same procedure. If you go to Ghana, it is the same procedure. So we should not be seen watering down the powers of the President because we don't like President A or President B. The President is the President of Sierra Leone. Today it is President A, tomorrow it can be President B. So let us, as Parliament, don't focus on the person. Let us focus on the office. Let us focus on the office. And the office here we are setting is the President, the fountain of honor, the Commander-in-Chief. We should believe as a state that by voting majority for a person to lead us, it should also have the powers to determine positions of trust. So please, the fact that we have amended, we at this point should be defining consultation so as to ascertain that no president in the future will just take a phone and call the party leaders. We should explain exactly how we want to see the consultation so that everybody should be involved. Political parties should be involved. We should even know if they should have a meeting or we should not define consultation. But for us to again go and say we reduce the powers of the president and give his powers to other persons it means we don't even trust the person we all vote for as president. So, Mr. Speaker, as we have amended in 2022 the PPRC Act, I want the minister, Mr. Minister, please, I want us to stick by that amendment and define consultation in the case of the PPRC.
We are not dealing with consultation.
Yes. Let me see in consultation. That's what is in the current act.
We are dealing with section 34.
No, we are dealing with PPRC. That's what it says. The chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
The chairman should be.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have listened carefully to my colleague, and it's very clear that under the same circumstances for which the Search and Nomination Committees will be constituted for the appointment of the Chief Electoral Commissioner, the same applies for the chairman for the BIC. And we have had different arguments for crisis. You've made your point very clear, we've made our point very clear. It was from that reason. Yes, sir.
Incidentally, we are still dealing with page 4.
Yes, sir.
We have not gone to page 5.
Yes, sir.
What you are saying is on page 5.
Exactly, sir.
Let's deal with page 4.
Page 4.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So I am saying the amendment that was done to the Constitution was done categorically for Section 4 in the Political Parties Act. It did not go out.
Is it 434?
In the Political Parties Act, Section 4. In the Constitution, it's Section 34. So meaning Section 34 in the Constitution, the Constitution we have now should not exist. Instead, we should have Section 4 of the Political Party Act in Section 4 or in Section 34 of the Constitution. And we did not amend the Constitution, like you said, we did not amend the qualification of the chairman of the commission. We did not amend the Constitution for that, because we did not the information of the composition of this committee of the Political Parties Act did not cater for a change in the qualification of the chairman. That was why we did not touch the Constitution. So there was no nexus between what he is stating now, amending the Constitution, and the qualification of the chairman. The same thing, like we have said, the same thing suffice for PPIC, the same thing suffice for the Chief Electoral Commission. So I am going to suggest the same thing as you have just talked about for the Search and Nominating Committee. Let it apply also for
yes,
this.
That's on page 5.
Yes.
What I'm saying, I understand your train of thought. What I see here is that, Mr. Minister,
yes,
the leader of the opposition is saying that we have already done some amendment on this section 34 in the political parties. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Yes. So what have you got to say to that? We still have the provision here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, it is true that the amendment was made, and of course, it will be we will share the position that the amended provisions will be reflected in the Constitution. But the point, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I think attention has been paid a lot to the number of commissioners as well as the Search and Nominating Committee. But reading the clause itself, you will see that whilst in the Constitution, Section 34 provides for a political parties registration commission. The recommendation from this process, which made its way into this bill, actually has to do with the name of the institution. To now read, instead of Political Parties Registration Commission, to now read as Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission. Of course, there has been a debate as to whether to stick with what was in the amended law to read as Political Parties Regulation Commission, and then determine whether regulation includes registration. But the recommendation from the broad consultative process, which made its way into this bill, was to rename the institution, instead of what we have in the current Constitution as Political Parties Registration Commission, to now read as Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission. That is why this particular proposal or this clause is in this bill. Thank you.
I think that's clear.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Let me say something.
No, let's finish. I'll come after. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we are meandering around. They brought deliberately the research committee for this purpose of amendment. If you go to section 34, the composition, political parties are not included in the process of being people to have a chairman of the commission. What they did, and that was the amendment for the PPRC Act. We brought in the constitution to be amended for the composition. But as my leader of the opposition said, Mr. Chairman, they also introduced this phrase. Because if you say you are a sheikh, you are associated with a mosque. If you are a pastor, you are associated with a church. Now you are not talking about having a chairman of the commission, and you have nothing to talk about the political parties. So what they did for section 4 of the Political Parties Act, they said the chairman shall be a person who is qualified to be appointed as a judge in the Superior Court of Judicature, appointed by the president in consultation again with registered political parties, subject to the approval of parliament. So they brought in such committee because they saw that that adjective consultation. But as I said, if you are a sheikh, you should be associated with the mosque. If you are a reverend, you should be associated with the church.
Leader, sir, with all due respect, we have not gone yet to decide.
I am coming, I'm building my case.
We are still at the
yes, I know composition.
Yes,
that brought about the change having a composition, which led to this provision. If you go to this 4, talks about the composition in the Act, which is quoted. You refer to section 4 in the Public Elections Act. Then as I'm quoting, the same provision, the sub clause, the sub provision is talking about consultations. So I'm making reference back to the search committee. As they did in the 32.3, they brought in all the list of consultations. They did not talk about political parties. So they brought again the same provision in 34 for the composition of all of the members. They talked about search committee. In the search committee, they did not talk about political party, but in section 4 of the Public Elections Act, in the Political Act, they mentioned consultation. So what they did, I'm being in tandem with the Act, in tandem with the Constitution, and the proposed bill. The bill we have in front of us. They are all speaking to each other. What my colleague is saying, we can perfectly agree. We have amended the Constitution for us to give us the provision for 5 commissioners. In the Constitution, we only have 4. We have done that amendment. But we came, like what we have in the bill, consequential amendment to create for the Public Elections Act. It's also speaking part 2 of this bill. We have consequential amendment, speaking to amend the PPRC Act. It is clear. So likewise, he said, which I perfectly agree, you cannot just amend the Constitution because you are having a bad day. It has to serve its purpose, to establish authority. That is what I say. I'm supporting him, but I'm making my reference in tandem with the provision of your past. We passed the provision because we are given a leeway by the constitutional amendment to give us 5. Now we are questioning what my colleague said. We omitted political parties because consultation in section 4, which you put it. Mr. Chairman, to be very honest, we have dealt with this particular provision in page 4. I don't see why we are going back and forth. He has stated it, except one to down the integrity. So what I'm now questioning, I will say we amended we did the Public Elections Act without amending the Constitution, section 34. Are we saying that? Because 34 is 4 commissioners. And we are now having in the Public Elections Act 5 commissioners. So we have done that already. If you are only want to address the issues in before, we have done that. I submit that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I don't think what the leader is saying is debating as the bone of contention. I agree with him fully that we have amended the Constitution. So therefore we have an understanding. Now let me go back to what the AG said. The AG said that they brought this section in the constitution because they want the powers of registration and regulation to be given to PPRC. Am I correct, sir? He said that is the reason. But again, I want to put it to you, sir, that we took care of that when amending the constitution, because the name PPRC was Political Party Registration Commission initially. So we changed it to Political Party Regulation Commission. Now I will read the long title of that bill that will clearly answer his question. The long title of the bill, that is the Political Parties Act of 2022 that was passed here in the House. The long title says, being an act to provide for the continuation of the Political Parties Registration Commission as the Political Parties Regulation Commission, to provide for the regulation, including the registration of political parties in accordance with Section 34 and 35 of the Constitution, and to provide for related matters. So the powers to register, the powers to regulate was all given to them by this amendment that we did in 2022. So there is no need for it to appear again in this constitution, because we did that
in this constitution. That commission is called the Political Parties Registration Commission. Now, in the act you're referring to, we have changed the name to Political Parties Regulation Commission. That has to be reflected. That's what he's saying.
Mr. Chairman,
that has to be reflected.
Mr. Chairman, again.
In our ground.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, again. What we did, I have the ruling of Mr. Speaker with me here in 2022. What we did was to amend the constitution. We changed the name first in the constitution. You cannot touch no law. This parliament does not have the right to create any law that is.
Mr. Minister.
We already amended the constitution.
Did you take a look at that?
The answers are there.
Yes.
Yes, hold on. Mr. Minister, did you take a look at that?
Mr. Speaker, I think you have made the point better than I would have, of that whilst the amendment was made, and this is a discussion that I have had, or we have had, with the chair of the PPRC, who has expressed concern about having a very long name to read as registration and regulation. His position has been that what is in the amended law, reading as Regulation Commission, be reflected in the Constitution itself. And whilst I would say that the proposal here makes the title a bit long, yes, it has been our position that what is in the bill, what is in the amended law, be read very clearly in the Constitution. Now, of course, the leader of the opposition says that amendment was already made by this House. That was not our reading on the tripartite committee, and that was not the reading when we had a discussion with the PPRC. But we'll take the point, and we will make sure that the correct name as amended in the act, and which, as you have noted, was first done with the Constitution. We'll take the steps to make sure that it's reflected in the Constitution itself, to read for everyone as a Political Parties Regulation Commission. Notice that amendment has already taken place.
In that case, we'll stick a paper, we'll come back to this. Like you said,
the minister has already accepted that in their responsibility to regulate, it was clear in the long title that they have the power to register. They have the power to register. So even without registration appearing in the name, Political Parties Regulation Commission, I was reading the long title while you were talking. I don't know whether I should read the long title again.
Read that again.
Yes. That is the Political Parties Act of 2022. It said, being an act to provide for the continuation of the Political Parties Registration Commission as, that is the new name, as the Political Party Regulation Commission, to provide for the regulation, including the registration of political parties in accordance with Section 34 and 35 of the Constitution, and to provide for related matters. So this act was an amendment of the Constitution, and them having the powers to regulate, they have similarly the powers to register as provided for by this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I take the cue from you.
Yes, proceed, Honorable Deba.
Yes, I take the cue from you. When you look at the side note,
Mr. Rogers.
The side note.
Now I want to Mr. Rogers.
When you look at the side note, and what is in this draft bill is different from the side note of what is in the Constitution. So for uniformity, it is good that the side note of what is in the Constitution is in tandem with what is in the Political Parties Registration Act that was passed in 2022. So the side note of this bill reads Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission.
Exactly.
What is in the Constitution side note 34 is Political Parties Registration Commission. So what I think the minister is trying to do, seeking to do, is to add the word regulation to the side note as much as it will connotate their functions.
Yes, my elder brother. We have amended this very clause in the Constitution. It should not have read registration. It should be regulation, because we have changed it. But like I repeatedly said, most of the amendments do not reflect in this Constitution, because since this one was made in 1991, there has not been any other constitution reflecting subsequent amendment. So I am saying now, in the amendment we did, we changed registration to regulation. So the side note should have been regulation, because we have already amended it.
Mr. Chairman, please, as you stick a pin, can you please call for the answers, for clarity, and for the purposes of what? Because Mr. Chairman, all of us arguing back and forth in this house. We were here in 2022 when we amended this particular act. And Mr. Chairman, if my memory could serve me well, we voted first for the Constitution of Sierra Leone. We amended the Constitution first, before ever we went through to amend the act. There is Assad, the house has Assad. Can we call for the Assad so that the back and forth is solved?
I had the floor before my lady rose up. I had the floor before you rose up.
It's not what you want to correct.
Mr. Minister, incidentally there, I've also seen it. So, what do you do?
So, Mr. Chair, I want to suggest that we delete this whole section, this whole clause that is brought in by the minister, because we have already done due diligence in 2022.
Yes. So, Mr. Leader of Government Business. Leader of Government Business, hold on, Mr. Minister. Leader of Government Business, in the current circumstances.
Mr. Chairman, I have stated my position from the one that you have not the amendment. I was thinking reference over and over. I think you have to regulate us properly. They are straining us. They are making us difficult to speak. We are talking beyond our normal voice. Mr. Chairman, I have made this position I said, what he has proposed is virtuous. I said, we did the amendment in 2020. I said, we are putting the integrity of Parliament on a questioning. So we have done that. I said it clearly. So now, because we have the constitution, but the edification of those who are not around, but we have not proved that one. I think we should pull out the PC. The next PC, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Section 34, subsection 4. Are we? There shall be the commission responsible for the registration of all political parties, and for that purpose may make such regulations as may be necessary to a regulatory body by the Constitution. Yeah, no, all I'm saying, that was the point of the amendment.
Bring that.
Actually, this is the
Yes. Mr. Minister, can we proceed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can proceed. And noting the points that have been raised, it will be our proposal that this clause in the bill be struck out.
I think that should be limited to just 34(1), is it? Just 34(1). Not the entire 34. Leader, can you move?
I was expressing my, I think you should be the one. So move that, I think he should move that, they are moving. Mr. Eji, they are moving for us to stop the. So remove 34(1) as you have proposed, right, Mr. Chairman? That's what I see.
So the whole of 34-1 goes.
Yes. Yes, we are set for that. We should go. We have seen the amendment, the constitutional amendment for 34-1 in 2022. Are you with us? Okay, so that one has gone.
Page 5.
Mr. Chairman. Are you on page 4?
Page 5. Yes, I'm on page 5.
Page 5, right?
Yes.
Okay, I will proceed for you. Come on. You know that guy is? You don't listen. You got, I see what you know.
No, Mr. Speaker.
No, in particular, the speaker will chairman will point to you. No, it's no, clap. Mr. Speaker is your. No.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Ike.
Mr. Speaker, this is a progressive parliament. And for some of us who've been fortunate representing this parliament out of Sierra Leone, if there is anything that has received accolades on behalf of Sierra Leone, is a 30% quota we've given to women. And we appreciate His Excellency the President for enforcing what was in our constitution in 2022. Because it was first stated in the APC constitution before it was put in the GWIP bill. But Mr. Speaker, we should not Mr. Speaker, we must not limit women to just issues of parliament and elections. It is our own view on this side of the aisle that the 30% must also be part of appointees of the president, the executive arm of government. Mr. Speaker, even when we are in this world, we very well know we have competent women who can represent, who can be ministers, who can be head of parastatals. You know, when we are here as members of parliament, when we make boards, we say we should have 30% in those boards. But when it comes to ministerial appointment, the law is silent. So we want to add that it should not just be elected members of parliament, but with a shout that women should also have 30% in the executive arm of government. So, Mr. Speaker, as a progressive party that placed this in our constitution in 2022, that believed in women's empowerment, that was completed in 2023, we now move forward to say 30% must also be indicated at the executive level. I want to hear the women shouting in trouble. So, Mr. Speaker, they are not shouting. So, Mr. Speaker, this is our proposal, and we want women. As a father of three girls, I will support this with my chest out, that we need 30% in the executive arm of government for women. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, hold on. Yes, Mr. Minister. Let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. I like the enthusiasm. I am really pleased, and I will convey to His Excellency the President that his commitment to this has really gained traction. And on this we are aligned. However, Honorable Mr. Speaker, Honorable Members, it will be Mr. Chairman, Honorable Members, whilst I appreciate the enthusiasm and commitment shown by the Honorable Member, I'd like to note that Section 35 of the Constitution, where we propose to make this a requirement for political parties, that section deals with the conduct of political parties. And so we cannot include language that relates to the exercise of executive authority under this section. If there are any proposals to be discussed, we will be happy to discuss under section 59, which talks about the establishment of cabinet or where executive authority rests. But this section relates to the conduct of political parties, and it will not be constitutional making to include executive authority there. So that, Mr. Chairman, members of Parliament, it will be a suggestion of that. We keep the proposal as it is, as one that applies to the conduct of political parties, and then leave the exercise of executive authority away from this section. Thank you.
35, page 5, sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, proceed.
We want to be guided. We want to be guided by law. And as much as we are convenient in discussing women's issues in court in gender parity. But we start from the search committee at the DPRC. In my submission, this is a good of everybody. In my submission, I quoted 105 and United Law Construct number 6. I said we can make the law retroactive 1065. It was deliberate, and I quoted 171 subsection 15. Inconsistency with the law. I'm giving my case now. Search committee, I come to why I said we should kick it out. You see, we don't make law in a vexatious manner or with maths. We should sit at a platform where we think we are making laws with foresightedness, determine the futuristic nature of our political demographics, or the future of our politics in Somalia. Mr. Chairman, 1. If you look at section 61, I will read. Yeah? Section 61. My colleague on the other side, please patient with me. I hope you will support me in this one. Constitution of office. Subject to the provisions of this constitution and of any act of parliament, the president may constitute offices for Sierra Leone, make appointment to any such office, and terminate any such appointment. 53. That deals with the executive powers of His Excellency the President of any political party or any president. 53.3. We are dealing with the hybrid constitution. I'm not a lawyer, but these provisions are intertwined. So we should be careful in introducing some of these phrases or clauses. 53.3. Let me know. 53.3. Whereby this constitution or under any other law, the president is required to act in accordance with the advice of any person or authority. The question whether he has in any case received or acted in accordance with such advice shall not be inquired into in any court. So why are you creating a platform? You take such committee, you take it to president and don't accept. They have used it before. Presidents have used it before and they are using it. As I said, let us believe in the faith of people who are put in office. I have cited the issues of Tola Thompson. The same memory. He helped us shape our party. Then it's very difficult for you to meander around the SFP. Intra-party democracy. It's very difficult to play with us because we constituted our rules and regulations from the Supreme Court, the highest court of Islam. So to come for you to dilute us, you have to be well seated in terms of law. You have to take us beyond the jurisdiction here. So, Mr. Chairman, this clause will not make any defeat. That's why I have decided that we should forget about it. If I don't fight to talk about the late Tola Thompson for what he did for our political party, the man we have in the seat as president, he helped us to shape our party. Let us believe in the office and respect people who are going to that office. Now, to women. So subcommittee must go. Let's submit again. So women. I am a good supporter, advocate for women. But I want to do it in the context of the law. The context of the law. We are permitted to call gender parity. That is why we are very careful in dealing with the provisions. We say at least so that we cannot hurt the other sex. Because chapter 3, I'm not a lawyer. If we ask how to interpret, we bring chapter 3, which is the entire provision of the Constitution Act number 6. It will bring to our 24 of this house so many arguments. So we have to be careful how we play with words. We don't want to make it exclusively. If you talk about you want to bring in for executive provision, but wait, what I don't like, and I'm going to what the AG. In my submission in July 2025, in the consultations for the amendment of the Constitution I'm dealing with now, one of the recommendations, they said the can consider under the PR, the provincial representation system, under the PR, they should be thinking about spreading it up at the executive level. At the executive level. Now, what you are dealing with, as said by the AG, we are dealing with at the electoral level. So, what you have submitted is quite in line with the consultation of Mr. AG, what he has done. Mr. Speaker, we may consider that one in the provision of section 15 of the Constitution as you have stated. But remember, there is a provision in the GIWI Act, which the President is using. Tomorrow in this chamber, we are going to present presidential nominee. Over 30% are women. Over 30% are going to be women. I present them in the distinct position, in the superior position, not even in the inferior position. Mr. Chairman, in how much we are satisfied with women, one sex, chapter 3 of the Constitution is an electoral provision. We should be careful in dealing with these things because they are all vulnerable groups. But women, thinking of what they are doing, we are supporting that. If you are talking about an executive position, let us not use harsh adjective. We may just import what we have in the GIWI Act and bring it to the Constitution to consolidate women's position. To consolidate it. Now, in the electoral law, section 58 of the Public Elections Act, Mr. Chairman, we have tested it. It has worked for us. Today, I'm proud to say, the 2020 election, we are able to elect over 30% of women in the electoral levels for women. Now, hold that position constant in the Public Elections Act. Now, what you are saying in the GIWI Act, we want to consolidate the 30%. I support my colleague on the other side on the provision of the law that we just take that provision and bring it to the Constitution and consolidate it. Let us accept that 30% at minimum rate be put into the Constitution. I rest my case in the conformity of the law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
After the leader of the opposition,
I have carefully listened to my counterpart, and the picture presented is seemingly not the case in what we say. Nobody is trying to reduce the powers of the president. Nobody. In fact, in this case, the president even has the right to accept or reject the nominations made to him by the search and nominating committee. Let me tell you, in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, am I protected?
100%. Now, what are the talks?
Yes. There are security of tenure. Like, for example, the office of the ACC Commissioner, the office of the Chief Justice, the office of the Bank Governor. The president does not have the right to dismiss them or to sack them. It is not because they want to reduce the powers of the president. In democracy, there should be checks and balances. This is what strengthens democracy. You don't give absolute authority to just one person. And this is the same checks and balances we want to offer in this case. Let me tell you, we should ensure there is institutional independence. That is why the protection, the security of tenure is there for the ACC. So that when they find somebody very close to the president culpable, they will be very unhesitating to take the appropriate action. they will not be afraid that they will be dismissed from their office. So it enhances institutional independence. So we are saying the commissioner should be independent. How could the commissioner be independent? It's when he is not directly appointed by the president. Because when he is appointed by the president, he answers to the president, he owes the president an obligation, and he could be dismissed by the president at any time. So we are trying to create that kind of shield in our democracy. You could not agree with me, we've had problems with our elections. And one way we could go forward to solve this problem is to ensure that we create independence, institutional independence, and we promote accountability. That is why. So if you have had a team of Sierra Leoneans, credible Sierra Leoneans put together, drawn from all walks of life, as stated in the bill, drawn from all walks of life, these Sierra Leoneans will not be partisan. These Sierra Leoneans will not decide based on party. And one careful thing that we omitted that should be included, it should not only be those institutional representation we stated. There should be representation of all political parties among those who should be defeated. Because these are the custodians, these are the politicians. These are, they say, only a region can stop a region. So you cannot decide for a chief electoral commissioner and you take independent institutions who have nothing to do with elections and forget about representation for political parties. So we are saying, for the sake of the independence, because there has been, recently I did an interview in one of the most popular stations in Nigeria. And I told them, one problem we've been having in the sub-region is the credibility of the commission and the commissioners. It's not only in Sierra. So we are saying, for us to enhance institutional independence, for us to enhance checks and balances, for us to enhance accountability, for us to reduce the abuse of power, we should strengthen our governance system. And one way to strengthen our governance system is to have independent appointment of people into key positions. And this position is one. Let me tell you, there will be always problem in our electoral process if we don't impose confidence on the chief electoral commissioner. And one way to impose confidence on him is to ensure that he is independently appointed into the office. And this structure is the best fit for our society.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I like this. I really like this. I was on the other side. I came at the age of 32 years. I was on the other side. Let J.D. Rogers remove as bank governor, watering down the independence of that institution. Honorable Let Momokuja said, we should preserve the sanctity of the institutions. But let me tell you, the constitution is the constitution. The same provision was quoted to us. And we said, we are law-abiding political party. We should give the leeway to the president to act in the constitutional mandate given to him. We accepted the removal of the then bank governor. He was removed because they have put us out of power. That is one. That was our submission. But Mr. Chairman, let me tell you, I'm happy when you stated that we are preserving the independence of institutions. Kudos to you, sir. I salute you, sir. You know what we are fighting today? We are fighting to remove the case law we have. The removal of the vice president is in this bill. Mr. I have debated it times without number. I am going to debate it today again. Mr. Speaker, they remove the vice president of this radio, of this country, without the whole institution. Pay attention to Section 51 of the Constitution. Oh yes, oh yes. We want to preserve the sanctity of our institution. Oh yes. Mr. Speaker, tripartite, I will come to argue my colleague here. Why tripartite refuse to listen, to look at the Constitution, 32 sub-11 of the Constitution, 1992 October 6. They said the institution shall be independent institution. They said now, from tripartite, with no locus, not paying respect to Section 171, subsection 15 of the Constitution. He is the chairman of the Oversight Committee. Oh yes. Oh yes. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Oh yes. Are you telling me? Are you telling me? Are you telling me if you believe in
law, so be it. Section 32, subsection 11 of the 1981 Constitution Act number 6. He should recuse himself from that position now. He should recuse himself from that position now. If you want to preserve the sanctity of the Constitution. Secondly, let me submit, we should also, by speed, to kill the case law by amending clause 9 and clause 11 of this bill from reinstate the vice president's position, not only removing you from a political party, but paying respect to section 51 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I have said it. I am a Catholic Christian. I am a knight. I don't play to the gallery. I play with the law. I use circumstantial evidence to prove my case. I have used two scenarios. If you believe in section 32, subsection 11 of the 1981 Constitution, let him recuse himself from that appointment, from that committee as chairman, because nobody shall pay oversight on ECSL. That is one. Secondly, let us with speed reinstate position of 51 in the removal of the vice president. As I speak, President Leone today can remove the vice president of this nation. You think we are kidding? I submit my case. I will say no more on this.
This is one of the responsibilities of members of parliament. You cannot say because a bank governor was sacked when he had security of tenure in 2017, or because Ademakoli was forced to resign when he had security of tenure at ACC. You should not take security of tenure. You don't kill the law because of an abuse of the law. You correct the system. You don't make a bad governor because they are bad. I am totally against that. This parliament, one of our preliminary responsibility is to correct the system. But you cannot go back to justify that. We need to move ahead. Let me tell you,
Mr. Speaker, I don't think you need to call my name. Mr. Speaker, point of order, 34. Mr. Speaker, I think, let me just clarify. I said when they removed the bank governor, I said we accepted because of the constitutional provision of His Excellency the President, Section 61. So what we did is to step in line with Section 61 by removing the Anti-Corruption Commissioner, because Section 171. What is in the Constitution should not be inconsistent with any act of Parliament. So I consider to that we move on to the case. I have made my submission, Mr. Speaker. Let them not call my attention. I'm listening, but I'm not going to react anymore to this. I believe in my vote. I believe in the conscience and the judgment of the people surrounding. I submit. What about the recovery? What about the recovery?
All right.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Yeah, okay, 1 minute. What I'm saying now, we are in for a very long day. Very long day. What I'm saying now, we are in for a very long day. Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying this security of tenure, we are not just dished out to reduce the powers of the president. They are dished out to ensure there are checks and balances, to ensure their institutional independence, to ensure that there are accountability, to ensure that there are transparent governance. So these are some of the reasons for which they were. We cannot say because Justice Cham was forced to resign from the Chief Justice position, or you cannot say because Comrade Ademakoli was forced to resign from the ACC boss, you delete in the section the security of tenure for the ACC. No, you cannot do that. Because amid what we are facing, it is highly likely that you may have a president who may not want to do those things, who may not want to go against the constitution, who may not want to go against our law. So that is why those laws should be preserved. They should be preserved, and it is the responsibility of this parliament to ensure that we protect them. We protect them with our life. Again, let me make this very, very clear. Of course, the oversight committee on ECSL. There is no law. There is no law. I want to be very emphatic. There is no law that includes ECSL from being subjected to oversight. I will tell you what the law says. I will tell you what the law says. Mr. Speaker, if you carefully read subsection 11 of section 32, it is very instructive. It says ECSL shall not be under the control or direction of any authority or individual. The essence of the oversight committee is not to control. That is what SHIP is for. But the essence of oversight, let me tell you, to agree with you that ECSL is subjected to our oversight rules and responsibility. They do come here to face appropriation committee. They explain to us, we question them, we ask them questions to tell you we appropriate monies to them, and any institution that is being appropriated to by this parliament is subjected to the oversight function of this parliament. What is only shielding them is that in the course of us performing our oversight role, we should not attempt to direct or control their operations. That is it. So it should be clear that ECSL is not insulated from oversight responsibility. I respect you,
Mr. Chairman, let me just, Mr. Chairman, I beg, Johnny. Mr. Chairman, if I sit here and don't speak about it, it will be an indictment on me because I have the right to speak. Don't worry, you are not the speaker. Mr. Chairman, I'm giving the floor. Mr. Chairman, I was in that committee. I'm the only person in this chamber that was part of that deliberation. The first law.
I was there also.
No, you are not in. You are not in the core of the deliberation. I was in the core of the deliberation. Mr. Chairman, you are outside. You are there outside. I was inside. Mr. Chairman, the first provision in that unity agreement, the law is sacrosanct. The law is sacrosanct. You know, if I don't speak for ECSL, it means you are throwing them under the bus. You know, that committee is heading now all over. He said, there's no locus. The other committee. Sorry, sir, other committee. From the provision we have, I'm not talking about what you did. From the actual provision, from the extra provision that describe the formation of the committee, section 93 cannot accommodate us to have that type of committee. So, by your experience and your leadership, you said ad hoc committee. I am referring to the extant provision of the unit of that agreement. The first law is that the law is sacrosanct. That committee for low cost, if on low cost, is dead on arrival. I submit my case. Just let us take a finally.
I'm not saying it to you. Yes, very briefly. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We are not saying some of this. We are not expressing our dissatisfaction to some of this law because SLPP is in governance. Let me make certain points clear. There have been several appointments, some appointments from this government, in whom I have total trust in the individuals that they have appointed. They are good. Some of the appointees of this government, some of them are good. Some of them are extremely bad. You understand? But let me come to my point. Like for example, in the case of PPIC, the current chairman we have there is extremely good. Let me tell you, he goes beyond his normal duty to ensure that there is sanity and stability in the operations of political parties. He will stay up till 5 a.m. in the morning just to adjudicate cases amongst the political parties. So in a case also for him, it is a right appointment. In the case you appoint somebody who is not as good as him, it will be very challenging. And that is why we are making laws. That
that is why we are making laws. We are not saying there is a bad appointment, but we are saying because president changed. We have had several presidents. President comes and he comes, and we should have a law that will stand the test of time, that no president will abuse. I bet you, if we do not legislate this law, we will have a president who will choose his cousin to be the head of PPIC, and there is no law that precludes any president from choosing his or her cousin from PPIC. There is no law that stops any president from choosing his or her wife from being the head of PPIC. So in a case, in a bid to prevent that, it's better we have a law that will stand the test of time. And according to my brother, the leader.
No. I'm your comrade. Say comrade.
Oh, my comrade.
What is the matter with your comrade?
All right, comrade. It's my comrade. According to him, he said the committee that does oversight.
It's a point of order. You know, sorry, sir. He's speaking, referring, pointing hands at my senior corporate over there. Tell no man Dubai is here. What the matter? How are you, sir?
Yeah, let me join my leader. To recognize the presence of my leader. I could remember 5 years ago when he was sitting here. He would have to call me from last room when he wants to send me. He will call me from last room. So I pray that somebody from last room succeed me. That doesn't mean I do not want to go. Yes, as I was saying, he said that the committee suggested by the communique signed between the moral APC and the government, witnessed by the moral guarantor, in which I am chairing the committee. I am chairing recommendation 20. It's not a standing committee because it is not in the constitution. That does not mean it is illegal. Because the committee gives parliament to regulate itself. The committee gives parliament the opportunity to form committee when and as it is necessary. So it is because of that powers that the constitution gives parliament. That is why that committee was formed. I rest my case, sir.
Mr. Speaker, so we stick a pin on the search and nomination committee. On page 5, we also have section 35 plus 3. Yes, Mr. Minister. Hold on, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I beg to add my voice to this particular debate. One, of course, to provide context, having had the benefit of serving on the tripartite committee, but also to acknowledge the challenges that we have had to deal with in the framing of this particular proposal. In addition to that, whilst I acknowledge that Mr. Speaker has ruled to stick a pin to this particular proposal, I'll seek your leave to add to the thought process. So when this House gets back to it, maybe consideration could be given to what I would propose. Yes, first is to note, honorable members, of that we did acknowledge the challenge with the appointment of the chair of the Electoral Commission and other members of the Commission. We did acknowledge the challenge with the word consultation, noting that different presidents have had to determine what consultation means for them. And I think we saw this time, for the first time under this constitution, that the president exercising his powers interpreted consultation to mean putting the notice in writing and requesting written feedback from political parties. We did note the model in other countries like Kenya, where there is a such a nominating committee. But we have also acknowledged that whilst trying to solve one problem, we shouldn't be trying to create another problem. And so that is why, yes, we have taken note of concerns expressed by some members of the public and members of parliament, that if we are not careful by listing these groups in the constitution, we will be opening political battlefronts. So that is one concern that we have noted. We have also noted that listing groups, certain groups in our country's supreme law, to perform such sacred function will translate into making a commitment on behalf of those groups that they will continue to exist for the life of this constitution. I'll give you an example. In 2004, this country, this parliament, enacted a law to set up a human rights commission for Sierra Leone. For appointment of commissioners, appointment which will be done by the president, there is a similar committee, such a nominating committee. In 2004, the leading human rights organization in this country was National Forum for Human Rights. It is listed in that act as being part of the committee that will make recommendations. Today, as we speak, that organization no longer exists. And so, in that statute, we have a problem. So yes, we acknowledge that that could be the same for the constitution. If certain groups cease to exist at some point in time, then we'll have to come back to constitutional amendments. So we cannot vouch for them. And so we acknowledge the challenge, we acknowledge the concerns that have been expressed. But we also respect the view expressed by those who support this particular opposition. Matter of fact, we like to say this has become a default opposition position. So, what members of parliament think about it? If members are inclined to go with such a nominating committee, it will be our recommendation that those groups or entities that will be listed are either statutory bodies or groups that we know have stood the test of time. Or if we must go with the proposal to keep section 32 as is, then it will be our proposal that consultation be clearly defined in the constitution. Be clearly defined in the constitution, and an additional subsection or a proviso be added to mean that in the appointment of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission or other commissioners, the president may receive or request nominations from various groups that we might propose. So in addition to giving the president's power to appoint, he may also be open to receiving nominations from various groups such as the ones listed here. And then maybe that will help us get through the road that we have met in this particular proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, Honorable Salah.
Okay.
We are still on page 5.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My intervention is on clause 3, the amendment to section 35. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the amendment should be on subsection 1, not subsection 2. I say this because if you look at the Constitution, subsection 1 is talking about sponsoring candidates for presidential and parliamentary or local government elections. And section 2 is talking about internal party organization. So the proviso here is saying, provided that at least 30% of the party's nominees for national and local government elections shall be women, should be inserted under subsection 2. The insertion should be under subsection 1, Mr. Speaker. It's no fit under subsection 2.
AG, take a look at that.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. AG.
Are we still on page 4? Still on page 5.
We're on page 5. Hold on, Honorable AG.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. I mean, I don't quite get the difference that it will make, because the reason why we put it under subsection 2 was really to make it a requirement under the internal functioning of the party itself. So you note subsection 2 reads that the internal organization of a political party shall conform to democratic principles, and its aims, objectives, purposes, and programs shall not contravene or be inconsistent with any provisions of this constitution. And so,
AG are disposed to agree with Honorable Sam.
okay, that's fine. We really do not have a strong position on this. We'll find whether it's under subsection 1 or subsection 2.
Honorable Gibao, do you agree?
Yes, I do agree.
Honorable Daniel Groma, you agree also? Yes, it should be under subsection 1, not 2. Thank you. Yes, we are still on page 5. Any other? Yes, Honorable.
Yes, before we go to page 5, section 38.
Mr. Speaker, when the Attorney General was making the presentation just now.
Hold on, take note, Mr. Minister. Instead of subsection 2, it should be subsection 1. Take note of that. The chapter. Okay, proceed.
When he was making a presentation just now, he mentioned a situation where groupings that are mentioned under the chart and nomination committee do not exist as statutory institutions. We must be careful how we enlist them. But the AG would have agreed with us that whilst we are discussing this pertinent issue, 2 major institutions, the youth and women's representation, were the areas where we had this great concern. And we also, through the attention of Attorney General, that we've had laws, we continue to make laws in this parliament where women representation is required. And we also told him that there is a specific women organization that is almost in almost all our laws, the Women's Forum. Mr. AG, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Chairman, when we talk about making laws, these are not engraved on stones. If institutions change and over time, we also have this parliament will not end today. There will be parliaments going forward, and those parliaments after us will also have the responsibility to amend the constitution to meet the current situation. When it comes to the issue of youth, we also say we have a national youth council, which is represented from sections across the country. And in these ones, they are being elected amongst their peers. So we are saying if you're going to choose a youth that is among the youth councils. So it makes no much gain when you tell us now that where the institutions do not exist. These ones have been declared institutions. There are laws who speak to some of these things. So Mr. AG, let's agree on our own side that we want the Shaft Administration Committee.
on the SLP side, if you want a definition of,
we have stopped the bill.
no, yes, I agree. No, I agree with stop the bill, but when he was summarizing just now, he mentioned it, and because we are dealing with the constitution and we are dealing with vulnerable people, we need to respond to that. Let me go now to 38. It's just a response. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, we've said in almost all our engagement, and I have just said it this morning, if it is not broken, why fix it? We have a law that speaks to the 1991 Constitution that states, Mr. Speaker, the drafters of our Constitution, the 1991 Constitution, and the amendments made in 2002 are crystal clear to address situations which every Sierra Leonean will not deviate on. Mr. Chairman, the first past the post of constituency system is in the Constitution of 1991. Our Constitution also made provisions that where there are circumstances that could not be addressed before election, including creation of constituencies and other legal ramifications, there is a PR system. Our concern basically is just simple. We are not saying in this, as we go now, the AG and government is proposing that we eliminate the first past the post system of elections and stick to just the PR as the only means of election. So you see, for the other two I'm getting, even our colleagues on the other side do not understand this. You know, the other member from Kaine, Mr. Speaker, our situation is the law made provisions for both. And at all given situations, Mr. Speaker, to show that our political dynamism, our political differences have not made any difficult conditions for ourselves. Because even in 1996, when there was nothing in the Constitution that talks about PR, we were able to agree that the circumstance that was prevailing will not make provision for constituencies, and an election was conducted using the PR. Because if it's small, the pass decree. In 2002, that was when the parliament then came to the realization that there is no law that supports the PR system, and the law was made 38A. What is decree? Either of the two laws are not broken. What is it? In this current situation, when we had a situation in which we had a census that we on this side believe was not credible enough to have constituencies, we went using the PR system. We are saying if we have one clause in the law books of Sierra Leone, why do we want to fix a situation that is not broken? And we create a situation for our people as if the law has not addressed some of these things. Let's stop putting unnecessary political tension in the hands of our people. The law makes provision for both. The AG knows the law makes provision for both. What we are against is not just having the first past the post. It's a system that says we should replace, we should remove, and just stick to the PR system. Mr. Speaker, we are members of Parliament. I have said this and I will say it again. Ordinary has been a member of Parliament for what suits our convenience, for not wanting to go to our people, for not wanting to be subjected, for not wanting to be subjected to the scrutiny of the people. The PR system sounds fit for them. But for some of us who are rooted with our people, we believe quality representation must emanate from the people. I want to be judged by my people.
I want a situation where the people have the power to reject me if I cannot do it well. I want a situation where the people will look at a young person who has the passion to develop their community, who has the quality to represent them, and send that person to parliament, not because the person is connected. In the PI system, I have said, and I'll say again, I hope the Deputy Speaker will not misunderstand me this time around. I am saying with my current situation, as being a member of parliament, the opportunity the APC has created for me, on any day, I will be listed for a PR system. Wallahi, they can't. If it's a national list, I am sure I will be within the first time. Regardless of the flag bearer within the APC. That is the level I have reached. Mr. Speaker, I want the deputy leader to know I am not here because I am connected. Mr. Speaker, I am not in the front row because I am connected. I am in this front row because I can perform. We are being placed based on performance. So I am saying ordinarily I could be listed. But what about those other people who are there in their constituency? The people who want to invest cashews in the who is not knowing invested. They will not be listed because they are not connected. What about the people in our country? How will the people think we need a representation that reflects us? Democracy is not just government of the people, by the people, and of the people, but the representation must speak to the needs of the people. Mr. Speaker, even when you are the most powerful ambassador to Guinea, by the name of Amami Kamade, he knows my constituency is unwinnable for their certificate. Because I have entrenched myself in that constituency. And I could say the president listed my constituency 4 times. And still, I am looted there. So we want a situation for 4 years. You know, some of you abandoned your people where some of us are working for. As my head and my time spent in parliament, I could say I have done more development in my constituency than even the national government. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying, let us have a situation wherein the law is clear. We have a constituency-based system in the laws, and in 38A, we have the first past the post. All we are saying is, we don't want a situation wherein we delete one and stick to one. Let us allow the law as it is. If we cannot use the first past the post continually, but let's have a system in which we are, as people, we can pick, we can choose. But let me warn you, politicians and members of parliament are entailed and respected if they have people behind them. I am saying again that politicians are respected and they stand their grounds. Their people can protect them when the party is against them. We've seen that with Quintin Salia. When the SFP rejected you, your people stood by you and he came here as a president. We've seen that with Leone. But majority for you first comers, you the first time MPs coming to this side. Most of the people asking you to support the PI, they have a constituency on their own. Their people can rally behind them. They have a political capital, which most of you and PI MPs do not have. So mine is an appeal. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have both. We have 38 and we have 38A.
We are not debating.
I wish I was debating, but I am stating facts. On that note, I know the Honorable Sheikh Asama came as independent candidate because he was not by He came as PMDC, he came as an independent candidate, and he marketed yourself and SLP votes.
You have stated your point.
Let me just conclude.
Yes.
I am saying to all of us who are members of parliament, let us accept the fact that we have the law makes provision for both systems.
No.
The person who said no, I know her very well. She has not been to her perspective for more than 1 year. So let me conclude with an apology. I'm appealing to my colleagues that the system is clear. The constitution is clear on this. I know how my brother Mohammed Fofana struggles in Gambia because he does not have a constituency. It is different if you have a conspiracy. You build your legitimacy. You build your confidence. You have the people. You are identified by them, they are identified by you. Even the honorable speaker who is now a neutral person can go to one and the people identify with him. That piece of you. Who are you? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Honorable members, I will allow one debater and we stick to it. Mr. Chairman, I will take the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Chairman, please. Mr. Chairman, I would have taken the mama, but the Deputy Speaker is off. Mr. Chairman, you know he's senior. Mr. Chairman, yes. Mr. Chairman, yes. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Deputy Speaker, proceed.
The honorable mover.
Sit down.
You wish to say something?
Yes, I do, because Mr.
Sit down,
Speaker
sit
said
down,
that he wants us to continue, and they will not have that opportunity.
That is the kind of leadership you have. I am now standing. That is the kind of leadership you have. Leadership that's ready to give opportunity to other members.
Honorable, if you want me to send you out, do you want me to send you out? Sit down. Your leaders are debating on your behalf. How you dare argue?
Mr. Chairman.
If you want me to send you out, tell me. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the Honorable Foundation. In front of the full view of camera, he has seen what we are doing for our members. We are giving them opportunity to speak. But his membership, his leadership is depriving him of that opportunity to speak. No, Mr. Chairman, no. The effort is clear. If you want to speak, I have to concede. No, sit. I am a senior in this house, and if you want to speak, I have to concede. Let him sit. Mr. Chairman, on what standing order? What order are you standing on? Mr. Chairman, 34 requires my consent to proceed.
1 minute, please sit down.
And I'm a senior in this house, you should know that. So if you want to speak, I should proceed first.
Yes. I thank you for this opportunity. You see, we are trying to create a conducive atmosphere to make sure that this debate is educative, but we do not want to impede on other members of parliament. We are not trying to create a scenario as if other members of parliament are not fair. It is not helping the debate. Let us speak to the issue. Don't attack the leadership on the side. Debate on the issue. That is what we have created. And similarly, I want to advise. Each of these members of parliament were voted to represent their people, and they should have an opportunity to have their say during the course of the debate. We may have our say, but also extend the opportunity to them to have their say.
What I'm saying, I insist on decorum in this house. You cannot stand, a leader cannot stand, and you, an MP, want to debate. I've told you this on several occasions. When the leader stands, you sit down. I insist on decorum. When a leader stands, as an ordinary member of parliament, sit down. You know, I'm never going to tell you to debate where a leader is up. You know my position in this house. So when the leader stands, sit down. Or tell your leader, please give me opportunity to debate. That's all you need to do. Talk to your leader to sit down. Proceed, Deputy Speaker. I really insist on decorum.
Mr. Chairman, I also heard, before I go to 38, I also heard that the members in the front bench, they have earned it. And I'm sorry, Timo is not in. That is why he seated on the third row or the second row. He has not earned sitting in the front. He would have to live with it. And Mr. Chairman, for the record, Mr. Chairman, for the record, 38 and 38A, like he has said, it is clear that my honorable colleague or my honorable friend from Gambia was extremely young at a time when your memory was weak. Because if your memory was strong, you will know that the subject of proportional representation first came in the 1999 Leone Peace Accord that was ratified by this parliament. That Leone Peace Agreement suggested, and it was ratified by this parliament, that for us to avoid a repeat of what happened in 1991, we must transition into a proportional representation system. Equally so, sir, Mr. Chairman, it was also agreed to by the Peter Tucker Constitutional Committee that proportional representation should be adopted by Leone. Further to that, Mr. Chairman, the Justice Kawa recommendation also made provision for the adoption of the proportional representation. I have said in this house that we are laboring in vain. Why? Because the APC, it's not as if I've seen members of the APC putting on their statuses, sending to social media, putting copies of voting slips, one showing party symbol and the other one showing pictures. People are presenting proportional representation as if it does not allow the face or the picture of members who are selected or who are appointed or nominated by their parties to be on the ballot. That is not true. Proportional representation is depriving nobody of his right or responsibility to choose or to make choice in who represent them in politics. Mr. Chairman, I have said in this chamber that we have seen single-handedly in the APC after elections were done twice. Don't worry, I am well above that. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the APC in 2018. People elected their representatives, but President Nkrumah overturned that in a day. In a day, he changed everything. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we have seen in their last election, the election leading to 2023, Assam Priest, he won the lower level election, but he was clearly he won, but he was replaced by somebody else. Mr. Speaker, even Mahmoud Kaloko, he won. Even Mahmoud Kaloko, he won his lower level, but he was replaced, and that was not fair. That was political party, internal political party dynamics. But where I agree with my honorable colleague is here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. He said we have 38A and 38 working correspondingly, simultaneously. So, Mr. Chairman, it is my opinion that for the avoidance of doubt, we replicate the provision of 38A and we number section 38 so that we can incorporate 38A into the body of the Constitution itself. That is our position. We are not opposed to it. Since they are working concurrently, for it to work seamlessly, like he has said, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it.
Yes, I want to.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. I'm not done, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
After him.
No, I want to agree with him.
I'm going to allow Honorable Umpa.
Okay, no problem, sir. Thank you, sir.
Say something.
Mr. Chairman, by your ruling, you said when a senior member is speaking, junior members should occupy their seats. And by all indication in this house, I'm a senior. By all indication, I'm a senior. So when I'm speaking, he should wait. And besides, even SO 33, paragraph B, does not allow him. If he wants to raise the point of order, you have to concede. It says, if a member wants to raise any point of order, except to elucidate some matters raised by the member in the course of the speech, provided that that member speaking is willing to give you way and resume his seat, and that the member wishing to interrupt is called by the speaker or chairman. I am not giving it, I am not considered. So why? Am I calling anybody? You see, I've had a lot of your members saying, giving a lot of opinions, but I know the legal principle is simple. For them, it is nemo that, called non-abet. You cannot give what you don't have. What you don't have, you cannot give. And all of them that are giving other tools, they cannot stand. They don't have the legs to stand. So they should understand that when those who have the legs to stand, when they stand and when they are talking, when they are addressing this house, they should listen. They should learn. So, Mr. Chairman, my position is this. Mr. Chairman, my position is this, and I believe it's the position of this side. That since they have accepted that 38A and 38 have been working simultaneously and concurrently, we are proposing that we replicate 38A and the number section 38 of the
Hold on, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I again today recognize the presence of the chairman of the SNDP. And the chairman and leader of the APC. I now also recognize the presence of Honorable Leone. Honorable Leone, you are actually welcome. Okay, proceed. Are you done, Deputy Speaker?
Chairman, I think I'm done.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Umfa, what have you got to say?
Mr. Chairman, I know you can note that in terms of decorum, I'm the most decorous MP in this world. So, I have a lot of respect for your chairman, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Chairman, my intervention here is going to be on two things. I know you ruled on 34, or asked the consent of lawyers in this world about 35-2. But Mr. Chairman, 35-2 and 35-1 speak on two different issues. 35-1 speaks on the political determination, and 35-2 speaks on internal democracy. And we know that the 30% is seeking to address the internal democracy of respective political parties. That is why I believe, Mr. Chairman, that 35-2 should stay and not 35-1. Because in the 30% that we're trying to offer to women, it is about their democratic affirmation or their democratic ability so that they will be recognized. So 1 and 2 are talking about two different things. It's my humble suggestion. So to 38, Mr. Chairman. To 38, Mr. Chairman. I know the Honorable from Gambia and the Honorable from Western area have said extensively what they think about 38. And I hold the view that 38 being replaced with PR is essentially seeking to replace chaos with something that is structured. One thing that we know about 38, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that in 38 subsection 5 and 38 subsection 2 and 6, it speaks to the fact that constituencies will be demarcated. It also speaks to the fact that after every given census, it will inform how constituencies will be demarcated. In demarcation of the constituencies, Mr. Chairman, you note that when you demarcate these constituencies, you're doing it for one reason or few other reasons. Another day, I was listening to a civil society chief that stated that in our present dispensation as a district block system, you have 16 members of parliament, for example, in the Western Urban, that are representing close to 1.5 or 2 million people. So if those 16 members are representing those 1.5 to 2 million people, essentially you're telling all the people that reside in the Western area that they could go to any of those members of parliament to seek their attention. But what is critical about first past the post is, in 38, 5 and 6, it says every constituency will be represented by members of parliament and there will be a quota system. So that, for example, our population is 8.5 now as we speak. If you do the quota system of 132 constituencies, it means that you divide the 8 million plus people by 32, which means every MP will be responsible for those 60,000 people. I want to add also, we live in a country where even though most people have mobile phones, even though most people have access to internet, there are challenges in ensuring that members of the community reach their members of parliament. As members of parliament right now, as I speak, we don't even have people, we don't even have PAs or offices. So if we're trying to say all those 16 members of parliament are open to any of the people in the district, then you're essentially introducing chaos with something that is structured. It is clear. It is clear that 38 and 38A are seeking to solve a problem when the need arises. And I believe as a country, we should be forward thinking. A lot of speakers have talked about the fact they want to reference the Peter Tucker review or report or Justin Cowan. But one thing that is clear, a political writer and a historian once said, the ability for generational leaders to adapt to current changes is what makes you a more effective leader. And it's also clear that in addressing leadership style, we should be leaders that are adaptive leaders versus generational leaders. So if that is, or traditional leaders, if that is so, Mr. Chairman, I want to suggest that as a country, let's think forward, let's keep what is in our books as it is, wherein 38A will be there, and when the need arrives, we can use it. But 38, as it speaks, when it talks about first past the post, will serve the interests of the people of this country, and it will go into the books and into the records and the annals of this country that we will be deliberately ensuring that all the people in our constituencies and across the country will be directed to one MP, and that MP will be occupying this seat, and they will be articulating their views and their visions on every respective bill that comes to this parliament. That is my contribution, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I like my brother, the most decorous MP in the House. You see, it is good when we are canvassing people to be honest. And that is what we have not done during the elections. When it's time for elections, particularly when we are in here now, there are people in our districts, they are saying they are going to build markets.
Others will tell you that we build bridges. Others will continue to organize football leagues. And those things that we do, or those things that we canvass on, because we don't know exactly before we tackle this well, we don't understand the responsibilities of members of parliament. We tend to assume that our role is to serve people at constituency level. No. The drafters of this constitution, they were very clever. They are educated people. They have never sat here and thought that their responses or their decision should be a response to the kabudu that is around them. No. Kabudu is English. I don't speak. So, Mr. Chairman, you see, in this constitution, there are a number of roles for members of parliament. But the three critical roles that we perform, three critical responsibilities, are in section 93, 97, and section 105. Mr. Chairman, for the public to understand what we are charged with, instead of mixing up this issue of civil society has recommended this, council of this has recommended this, it is wrong for us to assume burden that is not ours. Our burden and our roles are defined clearly. Mr. Chairman, in the Local Government Act, before I read this, it is clearly stated, and the Local Government Act was enacted by this Parliament, that the highest political authority in a locality is the council and the councillor. How do you explain a councillor being the highest political authority in a locality where an MP lives? How do you explain that? I don't know. Maybe they find ways of doing it. You see, it is good to place for the gallery, but it's also good that you place for the gallery. Honestly, Mr. Chairman, let me read section 97. It says the responsibilities of the member of parliament shall include the following. All members of parliament shall maintain the dignity and image of parliament both during the sittings in parliament as well as in their acts and activities outside parliament. And paragraph B, all members of parliament shall regard themselves as representatives. Mr. Chairman, I read that again. All members of parliament shall regard themselves as representatives of the people of Sierra Leone and desist from any conduct by which they seek improperly to enrich themselves or alienate themselves from the people. Mr. Chairman, paragraph B is instructive that you are not representing a small group. You are not representing one corner. I don't want to repeat the word constituency, because if I repeat the word constituency, I am validating that low-level argument. A constituency, Mr. Chairman, a constituency is a group of segments put together and termed a constituency. So a district can be a constituency. It's like, Mr. Chairman, it's like in our elementary government, they will teach you constitution. They say, what is a constitution? They say constitution is a body of law and usages that controls the working of the organs of government and the rights and duties of individual citizens. That is a constituency. You put together everything and you call it a constituency, so anything can be a constituency. In 1996, the entire country was one constituency. One constituency. So for me to say, from Poti to this area, they do not have representative, that is wrong. Even the mayor will tell you that she is representing 2 million people. Yes, because that is her responsibility. She is the highest political authority in this locality, in this constituency, in the municipality. So, Mr. Chairman, let me also go to section 93. And I will come to the issue of not having offices or people cannot reach us. We are talking about contact. If you emerge as a winner in an election where the defeated candidate lost by 100 ballots, 150 ballots, what do you make of those people who voted for him? Are they coming to you? No. They don't have anybody representing them. So what does the proportional representation present? It presents the opportunity for every voice to be heard. And even the position papers that they are referencing, those position papers, if you look at the justification they give, those justifications are saying representation should not be constrained to a particular circumference. Representation as provided by the 1991 Constitution should be open. So section 93, it says at the beginning of each session of Parliament,
But in any case, not later than 21 days thereafter, there shall be appointed from among its members the following standing committees. That is the first word of Parliament. For Parliament to resolve itself into committees, either sessional, either special, or whatnot. I heard the leader when he was talking about the fact that ad hoc committee was created, or the committee on the oversight of ECSL was created. It was created in good faith, Mr. Chairman. It was created in good faith. If you go to the wording of the agreement, what it says, I will find it. I still have it. No, I will find it. I want to read it. It says standing committee. And in this constitution, the word standing committee is defined. No, it's here. I will find it. It's here. Let me look for it. This is the last. It says a standing committee to oversight ECSL. The word standing committee is defined in section 93. So we have to bend backwards because of peace, because of democracy, and because we want this house to continue. Because if you want to create a standing committee, you need to amend section 93. But we did it. So the role of a member of parliament outside representing every Sierra Leonean is also to operate in the committee. And let me read section 105, which is entrenched, and that is what we are doing now. It says, subject to the provision of this constitution, parliament shall be the supreme legislative authority of Sierra Leone to make law. Mr. Chairman, these are the three responsibilities that we have. How are we reducing ourselves to this level for which we, as members of parliament, openly challenge the budget, that the word constituency development should be removed from the budget? So why is it that you are collecting 18,000 every quarter that was meant yesterday for constituency development? We changed the nomenclature to constituency facilitation, but you think you want to represent constituency, but you don't want them to collect the money that you are collecting for them. Mr. Speaker, that is hypocrisy. Mr. Chairman, that is hypocrisy. That is unfair to the very people that you profess to represent. Mr. Chairman, I have said in this chamber, and I have proposed that since it is not broken, we don't have to fix it. I have proposed that we take, we transcribe, we translate, we copy, we clone whatever word you want to use, 38A and in number section 38, so that 38A can now be 38.4 and the sub provisions under 38A because paragraph A, B and C. I don't know what is wrong with that, but they will tell you they don't want it because they are maximalists. They don't want anything that is coming from us. We are the renegades of this country. We don't matter. What matters is what comes from them. And you don't negotiate like that. When you negotiate, it's give and take. That was what the law at the hand said. So for me, I see no reason why we are laboring over this. We are laboring over PR and first pass proposed because of Western area, where I was born. It is here that we are fighting for. PR will still give you seats. PR gives seats to everybody. We interface. They are councillors involved. So, Mr. Chairman, for me to also summarize, I will propose our position as a party that the AG's position submitted to this parliament be deleted in its entirety. That we accept section 38 and we take 38A and clone it, and then we have paragraph A, B, and C. So we have concurrently two systems of electing members of parliament, but what is preferable and prevalent at a particular point in time becomes adaptive, because as it is, they want this and we want this. So let's have a middle ground. That is my proposal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
Hold on, before you, let me just hear
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry. I want to take this special opportunity to thank.
Don't worry about whether you call me Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the same.
Both are correct. The essence of communication is to understand. Everybody knows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I want to say thanks to all those genuinely supported the 30% of female representation in this house. Genuinely, I want to underline that word genuinely. If it is coming from the bottom of your heart to support the 30%. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I said this the last time and I will say it again. I have tested both sides, both systems, the PR system and the first past the post. And I can say that categorically that the PR system is the best for women in this country. It's the best in the sense, we are talking about 30%. Yes, 30%. How can you determine the 30%? They can give you the 30%, yes. But when you go there for first past the post, then give it a wording of symbols. What can attest, what can guarantee you in fact to get symbol? You woman. But if it is there, under the PR system, it is as clean as anything you can think about. It's very, very easy. No speed bump, no gallop. So all those who supported us genuinely, I want to say thank you. And His Excellency, you know, we started this thing. I am the longest serving MP in this parliament. And I will always say it, I have tested both. And I know the benefits that we have during the PR system. No intimidation, no harassment, everything goes on smoothly. It depends on your political party. What we should be talking here with others, with my ladies on the other side, is the numbering. The numbering. In fact, we are crying for 50%. We are crying for 50%. But not forthcoming. It did not come. It did not happen. Then His Excellency came and said 30%. And what this whole amendment is about, I'll tell you the truth. The truth is to empower women. That is why His Excellency wanted it to be factored in this constitution. But you don't know. The man is trying to just genuine. He has passion for women. Why do you want to throw it? And this is the reason. Let us don't be labor because it is in the book, it is in the constitution that PR system should be there. It is guaranteed. Why do we have to talk here and talk here? We have been consulting, we have gone back and forth, we have gone, whether we or who, you want it or not, it is stated. The PR system, it is there. So that is the bone of contention. What we should be talking here now is to appeal, to plead to the honorable members, our females, our male counterparts, to help us so that we can have the zipper system. So that at the end of the day, we have more. The 30% that we are yearning for, we will even have more than 30%. So let us don't be labor on this. Our some states, all across the nation, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. This is what we are fighting for. This is what we should be bringing to the ears of our colleagues. So, talking about this 32 that is in question, you know, it will open more wounds. I'm the first person who said it will not be guaranteed, especially in the angle of the women. We have so many women's organizations. We have 50-50, we have campaign for good governance, we have women's forum. Who will bail the cats? They will start to say, you see, they don't like themselves because if the women's forum sends the 3 nominees, they will say, why, how? Because every organization and every women's organization are all politically grounded. So who will bail the cats? So these are the things that we don't want to see as women. I'm appealing to all of us, please, if we want the 30%, we are yearning for the 30%. let's go in for the PR system. The PR system will help us. If we go to the proportional, to the what, first past the post, believe you me, we will go down. The percentage will go down. It will be on paper. The 30% will be on paper, but it will not be visible. I bet you people. It will not, because how can you achieve the 30% until we have the zipper system or 2 female and a male? This is what we should be talking about. So please, let's forget about all these things. Let's just go to the PR system. I have tested it, and I know the goodies that is in it. No speed up, no gallop, no intimidation, no humiliation. I know the reason why people want the first past the post. Because they want to grab the entire visa.
It's only if you are not really unselfish. We believe in sharing. That's what you do. Mr. Speaker, am I protected? You know when they say love puts love shape. Now we all can put in shape. So that everybody will get. Women will be there. And the other areas will be there. Let us all share. Right now, you cannot go to stronghold. Everywhere that is being represented under the PR system, you have seats in Go, and you have seats in councillors in Thailand. You have it in November. So this is what you want to see. Only greedy or selfish person will front out the PR system because your vote will be counted. Because, for instance, if they say, "Oh, you have the entire plate," this is our stronghold. Although you voted, but your votes are not visible. But this time, it is clear. So please, I'm appealing. I want to agree with all my colleagues and with the AG that the PR system is the best, especially for the coming of more women. More women, better politics, and better politics, more women. Thank you very much.
I'm only going to listen to the leader of opposition. You wanted to say something. After him, please, can we please just allow the AG to summarize? You want to say something? Can you put this in 3 minutes?
No, it's because we are debating about
this PR, the PR system. I'm going to stick a pin. I'm going to stick a pin on this.
Definitely. You have said it.
So it is unnecessary for you to continue to debate.
I just want to.
You want to still say something?
I just want to give an opportunity to
okay, yes, okay. Yes, I will allow her. Yes. After her, Chief Whip briefly, and the leader of government business and the minister. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to lend my voice to this committee stage. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I first of all want to just react to Honorable Fomoyamba that we do not want the first past the vote because we want to take seats in Freetown. No, that is not the reason. We are strong people. We in the western area, we are very strong. We have the people because we work with the people. We go with the people. We work with the grassroots. So we are not afraid. That is why we are saying we want.
Honorable, hold on 1 minute. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in this parliament for almost 40 years. We are at a committee stage. We have debated. We have concluded the second reading. We have concluded the second reading. get your attention. Mr. Chairman, we have concluded the debate. We have concluded the second reading. We are as committee said, let us propose the questions and vote for them. Or else we'll be here until the
I have warned you not so.
No, I'm just suggesting, please.
I have warned all of you. I'm the one presiding here.
So are we going to?
I have warned all of you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this issue of the PL and the first past the vote. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we were here in the 5th Parliament. We came to the 5th Parliament under first past the vote. We were strong women. We fought with men in our constituency and we came into the Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, only whether it's 18 or not, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the first past the vote post is still what we want. It is that is the first part of what that brings us closer to our constituents. We are able to engage our constituents, and we know the problems of our constituents, and we are able to bring them into Parliament and advocate on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, with the first past the vote, you not only lazy women will cry for the first for the PR. Yeah. You know, Mr. Mr. Speaker, we can talk about safety, but to say about PR will bring more women in Parliament. For me, I want to beg to differ, because PR is not just about quotas for women. It's about representation. It's about representation and who chooses you to come and represent. So for us, we know our people, we are with our people, and our people still love us. They want us to come to Parliament. And so for us, we prefer the first past the vote. First past the vote. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, you know, when you look at even this PR, you know, it's during the last election, it failed to deliver a broad-based inclusion. Because when you even watch at Calabar, we have no women at Calabar because of the PR. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we cannot rely on the PR and say we want to go with more women in Parliament. It's as if we don't want to work. We don't want to be with our people. Let me tell you, we are women, we are mothers. Yeah? And because we are mothers, we know what it means, we know how it feels to be cut off from our constituents. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I'm coming from the East Urban District. Mr. Speaker, because of the PR, we are having a lot of issues within the district. Because for the entire 11 district, we only have 4 MPs. So you tell me, how do you expect us as MPs even to man a constituency? It's very difficult. That's so even, you know, stretch out your hand to other constituencies. It's just too difficult.
What the Deputy Speaker was trying to say,
yes,
it is not your responsibility to develop constituencies.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, can I come in? Mr. Chairman, yes, I know the 3 roles of a member of Parliament. But Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, in the area of representation, when you are with your people, you know their problems, you know their issues. Sometimes because of the law, you go far above, beyond, just to satisfy them. We all know here as members of Parliament, we do more beyond the representation role. We know it is not our duty, but because they are our people, we want to be with them, we want to feel, you know, with them, so we have to go beyond. Yes.
Thank you very much. The chief whip, after the chief whip, I will listen briefly to the leader of the opposition and the leader of government business, and we go to the AG and proceed. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been to this Parliament. This is my 3rd term.
On the town, we are under first past the post. So some of us are not afraid of first past the post. But Mr. Chairman, our colleagues on the other side are saying that under the prayer, under the first past the post, they have more women. It's not true. They have more women now under the dual system. The only reason why they had more women under the first past the post was because their constitutions dictate that it pleases the power that be. It was selection, not election. That was the only reason why they came here. APC constitution then says selection or election. But Mr. Academy speak to the weather minister of this nation. Mr. Chairman, this session of this parliament, this sixth parliament, we've had over 4 or 5 deaths of MPs. A lot of people in this country don't even know how they were replaced. Assuming it was first past the post. Let's forget about the money the government will lost, but think about the properties and life that will be lost in the event of a runoff election. Mr. Chairman, I'm a victim of first past the post by election in Zimi under the former resident minister in the south, Musa Tawani. We are stoned, we are beaten, and some of our guys were wounded because we had by-elections. When there is no by-election in this country, nobody will know who will replace 4 or 5 MPs. Nobody knows. And Mr. Chairman, what is the essence of the UEB without the PR? Because it is only the UEB that dictates that it will submit lists. If you don't have PR system, Mr. Chairman, there is no need to submit a list. There is no need. So I believe PR is the best system of election in this country. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to submit that to save the PR system. Otherwise, the UEB will not be achieved. Otherwise, we will not have more women in this world. And that is not our intention. Our intention is to have more women coming to this parliament. And Mr. Chairman, I will bet my bottom dollar. Because the APC's constitution is going to be changed to elections. We will not even have up to 10 women coming in this world for the APC. Because it will be a very serious fight. So I beat my colleagues on the other side. And let me support the arguments of the Deputy Speaker. The only reason why our colleagues on the other side are fighting for the first party vote is because of Western area. Because they have lost, almost lost Bodoko district. They have lost Kenya district. They have lost Walabat district. They have lost Pati Konadipo district. Their best bet now is Western area. That's the only reason why they are trying for the first party vote. But Mr. Chairman, I can challenge the people of this nation that our best method of election in this country is pure system. I rest my case.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, like I promised you, I don't intend to hold this night for long. I just want to do a few corrections for the edification of the listening public. Firstly, I want to make it very clear that the increase in female representation is not influenced by the electoral system. is not influenced by the electoral system. The increase of female representation is primarily influenced by the Guinea Act that was passed by this parliament. And the public elections are declared. And let me make this very clear. It is even more possible for us to have more representation or female representation with the first past the post than PR. I will explain Mr. Assuming we have a district like Otloko, in which, according to the GWP and the Public Elections Act, you are to nominate 3 women among the 10 seats. So 3 of the seats are to be occupied by women. Assuming SLP presents a seat, a list of 10 constituencies, and 3 of those constituencies are women. The same thing to APC. We present a list of 10 constituencies, and 3 of those constituencies are women. Assuming there is no collision between SLP and APC, female candidates that are contesting the elections, and if all of those female candidates win their seats, it is possible that we may have 60% of female representation in the political system. This will never happen under the BI system. It will never happen. And secondly, let me make this very clear. I listen to my brother, and I've always said it. Honorable Tawa is a brother. You know, we'll have our bashing, we'll have our pushing and pulling, but it's part of parliamentary practices. He said, it is not our role to be involved in developmental activities in our constituency. I agree with him. Yeah, allow me, members. I agree with him. That is not our role. I just want to give him an illustrative example. For some of us who are very familiar to our people in our constituency, because I will never be in Freetown, I will never be in Sierra Leone, and on a weekend I don't go to my people. I will never do that. Every weekend I go to my people. Every blessed weekend. That is why the electoral system does not bother us. It does not. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, one Saturday, I was sleeping one Saturday. In fact, everybody in my constituency knows that I have an open door policy. Nobody stops anybody from entering my compound. One Saturday I was sleeping and I had a knock on my door. And when I asked, it was my security telling me that the entire community, a group of people from the community wants to see me. Then I tell my security, give them access. So I woke up and I spoke with them. What happened with them was that the main bridge leading to one of the biggest towns called Titafo in my constituency was broken. And no vehicle can access that big town. So what happened was that there were over 6 to 7 people stopped by because they could not pass through the bridge. So when they called me, I paid a visit at the scene. I saw what happened. I took phone and called the council. The council told me that they have not been given subvention and they don't have money for such projects. I made an attempt to call the minister. I did not get a response. As a responsible member of parliament, because I did not get a response from the council, I did not get a response from the minister, should my people not access that big town? I said no. I used my own personal money to fix it. I used my own personal money to fix it. So had it been a situation where they don't have representation, they have to travel to another place for a representation, it would have been very difficult. They will not even have them to call. They will not even have the door to knock. Now let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the fact. If they had gone to me and have told me about their bridge,
and I deliberately refuse to fix their bridge, or I dismiss them with the back of the hand, in the next election, they will not support me. So now we are saying, even if you blatantly disregard your people, even if you do not meet to the needs of your people, once you are in tune with your party, you will still be at the top of the list. You will be at the top of the list. You see, some of those who are shouting, if it's the PR system, I'm telling you, based on the relationship they have with their party structures, their name will never appear. Those of us who are here, we know that any system you bring, because of the ecumenical fellowship that exists between us and our party structure, they will put our names on top. But we are saying this for the suffering masses, for the people, for accountability, so that the people vote for a face and they have who to reprimand when there is no development in their constituency. Mr. Speaker, let me also tell you, I have heard my brother saying a lot of things about white paper. In fact, they were referring to it as APC white paper, APC white paper, APC white paper. Quite apart from the fact that they were selective of clauses in the white paper, recommendations in the white paper that they would advocate for during their debate. What is most interesting is that the PR system was recommended in the white paper, but was blatantly rejected by the government then. It was rejected by the government then. Let me tell you, it is only a ninja that can stop a ninja. You have to be a member of parliament to know what it means. Those who combined the white paper were not members of parliament. They did not know what it means to live far from your people. They did not know what it means not to have somebody to hold responsibility. So that was why. In as much as His Excellency the President was a former member of Parliament, and those who were in Cabinet, some of them were former members of Parliament, having ample knowledge on the structure, composition, responsibility of representation in Parliament, they said no. And let me tell you, as a responsible member of Parliament, a member of Parliament who is answerable to a subject, regardless to your political affinity, regardless to your color, I would say I will represent each one of them, regardless to their party image. When he was talking, the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Speaker, did say that if one person wins the election, and it means all those who lost the election are not represented. That is not the case. When you are a member of parliament elected, you are not representing your political party people only. You are representing the entire constituency, regardless of their color, regardless of their belief. Even those who do not belong to a political party, you are representing them. And the same implies. Am I protected? And the same implies in the national elections. It does not mean if a candidate loses the national election that all of those who voted for him are not represented by the president. No! The president represents even those who did not vote for him. That is what democracy is. And you have to treat them equally. You have to ensure that they don't suffer because they exercise their democratic rights. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Let's speed up now. We know your points. Let's speed up, please.
Mr. Speaker, I know you want us to speak up.
So we are after the leader, we still keep it here.
Yeah, I plead to not in a few minutes, so let me.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, first, let me stand to a few corrections. The AG presented a beautiful document to us addressing the issue of PR system. First, he said we have 38. And it went on further to say we don't want to consolidate. But what you have done today, that our colleagues on the other side of this entire generation, beyond Sierra Leone, they are watching us. That we have now accepted that there is proportional representation in our law books. It is there now. So the common discussion now, as previously I debated the 2022 Public Elections Act, they said there was no provision for PR system. And I established that vehemently. In the consultations at Rufus Hotel that was organized by the European Union in August, they said it started in April and ended in August on the 19th to the 21st in 2022, leading to the enactment of the Public Elections Act 2022. Over 20 recommendations were made. SO12, Mr. Speaker, is challenging anybody by submission. SO12, that is answered. Go to the answered. The All People's Congress signed for the proportional representation to be done by the electoral system in this country. Go to that document. I have evoked SO12 for the answers. I have called for the answer to be made public for clarity and for the sincerity of purpose. We are here today. They signed for it, for proportional representation system to be our sole system we have for election process. I have referred to the date they conducted the meeting at Rufus Hotel. I made a submission when the former speaker was presiding over us, Mr. Chairman. That one said, go to the answer. Now let me come. Mr. Chairman, you know the way people are presenting. Some of our colleagues in this chamber, they were incarcerated. Yeah? The leader of the opposition, by election, was incarcerated. Thank you very much. You intervened at Romney police station. You intervened at Romney police station. Order, please. Order, please. You intervened at the Romney police station. My brother from both school, my both school brother, he was also dealt with Asungo for political violence. You know, sometimes I have said, Mr. Speaker, I'm really sorry to take you aback. I presented 5 steps why we should appreciate PR system. Political violence is one. You see the paramount chief idea? We have so much violence and more everything. Not everybody is in political business. Not everybody is a politician. Not everybody is interested in politics. But in the communities of the paramount chiefs in our chiefdoms, we have political violence during by-elections. You go to various communities, they have said it. I said political violence has been mitigated. We have complete quietness. We have got that, I hate to say it, blessed memory, may their souls rest in perfect peace. 2 paramount chiefs gone. 2 paramount chiefs. 4 members of parliament. 2 on the other side and 2 on this other side. Comfortably replace them using the PR system. I have stated in this chamber, my reference point was ECSL Boom, Minister of Finance. First on finances. Every day we are shouting, too much spending, we are doing this. We have our agenda. Education, agriculture, women's empowerment. Mr. Chairman, for one elections, which you can use to build a school or renovate 4 schools in the world. 4 schools in the world. 600,000 average by elections. Take 2018. That's average. Estimated at Minister of Finance. That's my reference point. 4 parliamentary seats in the old money, 600,000 in the new money, 600 million in the old money, 600,000 in the new money. Now, for parliamentarians, I said the average, I want to repeat myself, sorry to be for me that, is for the edification of this nation. 2 million in the old money, 2 million, 2 billion in the old money, 2 million in the new money. Yeah? We can use that one to also build schools in our political locality, Mr. Chairman. Then they forget in the hurry. We were voted under the PR system by political locality.
I was voted for in a political locality, in a particular district. I have 6 councillors on my own political locality. 6! All of us, they voted for us on political locality. It is here. So why are you saying that it's not district? The district is the whole block, and when you are voted for as MP in your political jurisdiction, Mr. Chairman, I remember fully, Kostimula has a solo geographical political locality. It has to do with inter-party democracy. Yeah? It has to do with inter-party democracy. It is not a PR system we are having as cause of the problem. Now, I submitted to this house that we have 2 types of PR system. We have 2. The list system, which is called, we have closed list system and we have open list system. The closed list system, what we are practicing now. Political party can submit list. They can submit list. I'm coming to that. They can submit list. That list is in line with Section 59 of the Public Elections Act and Section 60 of the Public Elections Act. Mr. Chairman, I will read these provisions. They are saying you are nominated by a political party, whether first past the post or not. Whether PR system, you are nominated by a political party. I'm going to read it for the identification of the public. Let me tell you about the other one. The open system is in the PR system. The open system is where they just give names and the candidate and the constituent for the edification. The constituent will vote for the order of placement in the list. But when we have the closed system, we cannot be seen with inconsistent with the laws we pass. Section 58 of the Public Elections Act 2020 to 2022 gives us the leverage to place ourselves in the closed system by empowering our women. And let me tell you, the caveat here, I don't play to the gallery, I play with the law. That's the point. The caveat here, people nominated 3 names for women, for men, only men. The system rejected them at ECSM. That is what is Section 58 of the Public Elections Act 2022. If you feed it, men, the system rejects it. I don't know for other political parties. That's what transpired. But let me come now to the fourth part of what you are talking about. Mr. Speaker, I've had my colleagues say on the other side, you don't have a way of nominating. But the simple plurality which you call first past the post and the proportional representation system which talk about this system, Mr. Speaker, these are both of them first past the post, simple plurality, and we'll talk about the PR system, we'll talk about this system, the closed system, the closed list system, and the open list. Mr. Chairman, both systems are being given represented by this system. Let me read. Political party elections. Section 51 of the Public Elections Act 2022. A political party shall deliver to the Electoral Commission or to a designated returning officer a list of the party's endorsed candidates for the election of members of parliament other than the paramount chiefs or the paramount chief members of parliament. That's 59.1. Let them check that Public Elections Act 2022. Fast forward. 2 of that. A candidate shall not be endorsed by more than one political party, and the name of the candidate shall not appear in more than one list delivered to the Electoral Commission. Mr. Chairman, let me come further. Let me go to 60 without wasting your time. Here you see the powers of the party. That is why I said it has to do with intra-political arrangement. Intra-political arrangement. If your party is strong in terms of inter-party democracy, as the SLPP, you copy. If you don't, try to make sure that there are discipline and rules and regulations governing the structure of your party. 60. Section 60. A list of candidates delivered by a political party shall be accompanied by the statutory declaration made by the leader and secretary of the party. The leader and secretary of the party. The party leader, the national chairman and the secretary general of that party. Or the third one, under 60. Where there is no party leader, the national chairman and secretary of the party. What is more orderly and organized, straightforward, transparent? They are saying as if a proportional representation system, you are not going to take a list, you throw it at them. No. That is what we are condemning the independent candidate. Because that's Section 35 of the 1912 Constitution, Act number 6, discipline, structured. Those structures we should respect in the institutions. Your party, if your party is well structured as like the SFPP, you should not just submit one candidate. You should screen them properly. And let me tell you what has transpired in our party. That is why I said it is not a nomenclature of political system. It has to do with our inter-party democracy. How do we do screening in the SFPP, which I belong? First, you start at the local level, at the raw level. The constituency structure for simplicity sake, for understanding. The constituency will screen you, they are executive at that level. They will screen you both councillors and for MPs. You will come to the district, the district will screen you properly. If you are eligible, if you have a sound mind, you have the mentis to represent us. That is one. You go to the district will screen you. You go to the region, they will screen you, all by percentage. You go to the national officers. To fulfill section 60 of the Public Elections Act 2022. To say if you are fit for purpose, they will sign the list or they reject the list. You know why that is so? Because it's the party which is awarding symbols. It is the party which is awarding symbols. Give respect and audacity under the arrangement to the political parties, not individuals. As they are presenting a picture as if you can just get up and go to ECSL to nominate yourself. No, Mr. Chairman. Secondly, for independent candidates, you also don't just go and take symbol. You will come to ECSL, they will display the symbol and they will ask you to choose one. You know why? For identification. It is only independent candidate. For members of parliament and councillors, you will nominate yourself. But NEC has to structure you by coming to look at the symbol and you take one. You don't go to your symbol, you beat them at NEC. So this is an orderly way of just structuring our electoral system. Mr. Chairman, it's not today we are starting proportional representation. You know, this man is clever at age. Let me tell you what he has done. He has combined section 38 in tandem with section 74(1). And I will extend by reading it in 74(1) and 2 to see, they say by the law. You are just saying, oh, it's because of such. Yes, everything is based on condition. But it has to be by the approved law. By the law. Let me read, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to waste your time. But I have to do this for the edification of the common man and woman. Mr. Chairman, 74. 74(1). Mr. Chairman, I will read for the good of this country and the good of all. The side note, members of parliament, the one we have it before us now. They said members of parliament shall comprise the following: one member of parliament for each district. You know, I was given constituency, giving some geographical definition. I even went further to define what is constitution. Elementary government when we went to not JSS, I was in Form 4, Form 3. Well, government 101, you see, they know all these things. They said one member of parliament for each district, who shall, Mr. Chairman, who shall, subject to the provisions of this constitution, be elected in such a manner as may be prescribed by or under any law from among the persons who, under any law, are for the time being paramount chiefs. You know, he is not selfish. You know where I started by pointing fingers around the area where we have the paramount chiefs? Inclusivity, political violence. You understand? We have to take it to cognizance. People who are in this house, to recognize them. He is not a selfish man. When we did the PR system for 2023 elections, we ignored paramount chiefs. What we did, we brought in the regulations to take care of the paramount chiefs. Mr. Chairman, we have to be careful. You make law for the orderly manner of the state, not because it's in your comfort zone, you want to establish the law. Mr. Chairman, the other point I read, they said set number of members as parliament may prescribe who, subject to the provisions of this constitution, shall be elected in such manner as may be prescribed by or under any law. By under any law. What is different? If you read section 38, you read 38A as amended in 2001. What is different? They are all in different circumstances. And 74(1) is speaking to the paramount chiefs, which are prescribed that with any law as prescribed by this house. Section 107 of the Constitution. We are the supreme authority making laws. Why do we have to shy away from the truth, not to ask for the truth, Mr. Chairman? Why do we have to do that? Mr. Chairman, let me advance my case. I read in this house, reference point, go to ECSL. We have done, it's not the first time I have done public professional representation system. Permit me to just give this figure, to react to my colleague on the other side. He said, in fact, it's a first past dispute that have brought so many women in this chamber. I will challenge you. My reference point is ECSL. Get there. I'm not wrapping up now. Let me just make finisher. Last submission.
No, I didn't say so.
No, wait.
I said with the first past the post, it is highly possible that we can have 60% of the
Mr. Chairman, anyway, Mr. Chairman, I beg you. Mr. Chairman, I beg. Just permit me for the edification of this problem we have here today. What is clear? That if you have read provisions of the proportional representation system, the PR system, for both 38 and 38A as amended 2001, it is clear that we have proportional representation systems in our law books. Clear. Now, what you are pushing, that is through PR you can get this screen field representation. No, let me keep pushing. Let me push. In 1996, out of 80 seats in parliament in this chamber, we had 5 women. 5. Reference point, go to ECSL. In 2002, district block system, district block proportional representation system, we had 124 seats in parliament. We got 18 seats for women. 18. Think about it. 2007, first past the post, 112 seats for members of parliament. We had 16 seats. We don't drop by 2. 16 seats. Take your pen, man. In 2012, first past the post, we had 146 seats in parliament. We got 18 members of parliament that are women. 18. You see the ratio. The number they increase in the seat SO2, but the women representation not the good. Mr. Chairman, 2023, we are here. All of us we are here. We are here. God has tell me the truth. Let me use the words of the former speaker. 2018, I've said. 12 first past the post, 146 seats, 18 seats for women. 2018. Regina Musa. 2023, district block system. We have 49 seats with women. Allow the senior leaders to judge. I'm just clarifying something. We brought in the PV, so forget about that. So we said 149 seats in parliament. We now have 42 seats for women. Mr. Chairman, whether you like it or not, I don't have a problem with that. Whether you believe it or you leave it, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not responsible for one's edification. I'm not responsible for what you can understand or what you cannot understand. My business, I am playing with the law. I'm not playing with the gallery. I have quoted these provisions. I started with 58 in all of my presentations. I said we brought 58 as a caveat to protect the proportional representation system. 58 in the Public Elections Act 2022 is a protective clause, a process section, to make sure that when you are nominating, to safeguard the 30%, we did not just bring the PR system of Section 38A. When we brought it to action, we also brought Section 58 to guide the process. Mr. Chairman, tell me, all what are stated, inclusivity, national cohesion, in terms of money disbursement, in terms of women representation, for goodness sake, if you are not being selfish, if you are not realistic with what is happening, as I said, you study your political environment and you anticipate the political future. So we have to be futuristic. And let me say this before I take my seat, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I satisfy and sat my conscience, and to God I serve. That is why I don't play to the gallery. That is why I so believe in the Constitution. I'm a Catholic Christian. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to go to what is in the white paper. They did not condemn the PR system. They didn't condemn. They did not amend the constitution. Why are you talking about the first past the post when the conditions are right for us to have the PR system? Mr. Chairman, this is not politics. This is realistic behavior. Let us appeal to our minds, to ourselves. Let us see what is good for this country. This is a post-war country. I submit here that we consolidate the proportional representation system as presented by this bill. But we are amendable. We can consult. We can bend backwards. As put by my deputy speaker, that it is established that we have 38A, which speaks to the PR system, proportional representation system, and 38 that speaks to the first past the post, the assumed plurality. Mr. Chairman, we are not living in the world, but in this country, as I said, we are the same people, a one nation. Let us think wisely. We are not here representing one entity. My colleague, section 97, he said we should not negate ourselves from our people. Who are you as MP? Whether this team-up system, taking into consideration section 87 of the Constitution, you should represent your people. You should not move away from them, irrespective of the electoral system. Think about 87. Mr. Chairman, before I take my seat, I have recently lobbied which of my function with RMFA. We have constructed 2 bridges. We have reopened them. We commissioned them. One in Honorable Bostimuda's constituency for definition's sake, and one in my own. We are reaching out. I have constituency office to Red Street, get there, anti-corruption went there to investigate. It is still functioning. That is what I do. Because you have to be sincere. When you give undertones, I believe you are supporting me because I'm your leader. So you have respect for me. Mr. Chairman, you see this question. We should not be held captive for bad politics since 1967. Some of us are moving far away from there. That is why I said I'm a living testament for progressive law. You cannot take power from me. I recommend to this house. And that is why at any given time I recommend Honorable John Omaduba, whether you like it or not, because you supported progressive laws in the good sense of the state. We amended the constitution without wrong on this house, and we debated the public elections at 2022 for about 7 hours. Mr. Chairman, I'm really sorry to take your time, but sometimes we have to say this. The people don't have trust in us because of our behavior. We then go so, and so we go so. We are not honest to what we put on paper. We are not honest to what to say to our constituents. We are killing ourselves inwardly and outwardly we are disrespected. Thank you very much. God bless you.
After you, let me speak, we go to the minister. Why are you standing up again? Just not it. If you clarify something, you're going to clarify something. You spend the whole night. Yes, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, as we try to capture all that has been said about this particular proposal, I just want, and I take note that earlier you had noted that you stop appealing to this. As members of Parliament, consider to get back to this. We want to provide additional perspectives. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today I do not want to get into the data on the percentage of women per election cycle, as I did the last time and as has been noted by the leader of government business, or cost-saving mechanisms, etc. I just want to note a few things. This is important because our people are listening, our people are following these discussions, and sometimes what they hear is reflected in the positions that they take on such important issues. First, I think we need to note, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that constituencies are not permanent geographic boundaries. Constituencies electoral arrangements. And as has been noted, a constituency can be a ward, a district, or a country. We want to put that on record. We also want to say that we have not claimed in any way that the only purpose that the GB Act serves is the PR system. I think it is good to put on record that without the PR system, the implementation of the GB Act will be monumental for this country. Of course, the evidence is here for us to see. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have noted concerns about the fact that the PR system was used in the 2023 elections, but we have two parties represented here. I think I noted before this honorable house that when we used the PR system with a lower threshold in 1996, 6 political parties were represented in this house. And so, for the technical team that was put together by the government of Sierra Leone and the opposition APC, we discussed the PR system, and we did note that we will recommend to members of parliament that a lower threshold be considered to ensure that there is broad representation. Even if it means that threshold coming down to 5%, like we did in 1996. So that is one, Mr. Speaker, because we know that this will ensure inclusiveness and national cohesion if we have a lower threshold in this country. I think, Mr. Speaker, it is always also good to note that a lot has been said about the voters not being able to determine who represents them. That is not so much true about every PR system. That is why we have noted in this bill that Parliament should determine through a separate law a system that will ensure there is accountability or voter input. We have noted, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that yes, sometimes people say it's a challenge that the PR system creates some kind of gap between the electorate and the elected, and that political parties they only have allegiance to their political leadership rather than to the electorate. But most democracies that practice PR have put measures in place to ameliorate these. Yes, in Sierra Leone we have practiced the closed list system, but there are countries that practice the open list system. So there's an open list PR system. We discussed that on the committee, wherein voters get to see the names of the persons that they vote for. And then, of course, they're able to build personal relationships based on the reputations of those candidates and their performances in specific places. We have also talked about the need to strengthen processes within political parties, such as making it a requirement that political parties can run transparent primaries so the voters actually get to vote and determine who gets on the list. Some countries do that. So that is something that can be considered by this House. I think if political parties make their processes more participatory, that will help in addressing this concern. I think we have also said with the guidance of leadership from the leadership in Parliament, the members of Parliament can put in place mechanisms to ensure regular engagement with voters through public consultation forums, community outreach programs, and parliamentary requirements. In South Africa, for example, which uses a closed-list PR system, MPs are required to participate in constituency work through parliamentary constituency programs. So yes, we will recommend that political party that the relevant legislation be reviewed by having regulations that will require members of parliament to do this. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I also want to note that a concern that has been raised is that the PR system, that the system will lead to underrepresentation of certain communities. Yes, we have noted this as a concern. We have pointed to certain communities that you see as constituencies are not represented in Parliament. And so that is why we also will recommend that members of Parliament consider the possibility of local government dividing districts into clusters or blocks that will match parliamentary representation with local councils, not specifically saying the specific number of local councils to Parliament, but that will match parliamentary representation with local councils in districts. And then with that, political parties to ensure that aspirants or candidates for members of Parliament and local councils are drawn from or represent such clusters or blocks in these districts. But of course also to ensure that nominated candidates are assigned to these clusters or blocks in the districts and the leadership of Parliament to ensure that such MPs are actually accountable or are able to account for engagement in these clusters or districts. I think another thing that we recommended, Mr. Speaker, which we want members of Parliament to consider, is reducing the possibility of a male candidate replacing a female member of Parliament in case of any eventuality. That is why we propose that, yes, with the PR system, we can have safe seats for women, wherein political parties are required to separate their list into two. One, that is minimum 30% and all women list of minimum 30% representation. That will be the A list, and the B list for that category should also only be made up of women. So that way, if there has to be any direct representation, it's for that list. And then, of course, the remaining 70% can be at the discretion of the political parties, depending on how candidates are elected, as we have recommended, probably through open primaries. That way, we mitigate the risk of going below the threshold, and then, of course, we are constantly investing in increasing the percentage of women representation. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, yes, we have noted these concerns, but yes, we have discussed these as mitigating factors or recommendations that will really address these concerns and make sure that the PR system works for the people of this country in a way that the people have a say. I mean, let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I haven't had the privilege of serving as a member of Parliament, but I have friends who have served in this house. I know that sometimes a member of Parliament could be representing a particular community, probably in the Far East, but when that member of Parliament decides to purchase land and build a house, he'll probably go to Ireland or somewhere in the peninsula, but still representing that district in the Far East. Now, that doesn't create a gap if that member is still able to move from Godrich or Ireland and engage in that community, similar to what the leader of government business does in Kenya, or what the leader of the opposition does in India. But the impression of that the first past the post system physically situates representatives within their constituencies is a bit simplistic to say, Mr. Speaker. So we want members of parliament to consider all of these and really go with what majority of the democracies across the world practice, which is the proportional representation system as a system that we like to say is reflective as well of the views and aspirations of the people of this country to ensure that there is cohesion, there is electoral accountability, and that there is inclusivity in representation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. No, please, leader, please.
There is something that
hold on, no, please.
It's a very important chairman, sir.
Leader, hold on. I just stopped the leader of the opposition, so I cannot allow you on the stage. Honorable members, if we continue this way, we'll spend the whole night. So we need to regulate ourselves. Otherwise, we spend the whole night. I think what we should be doing, I will allow the two leaders to lead the conversation on each of these clauses, because I know, as a matter of fact, that both sides have different positions on different clauses. Let's not hide the fact. We all know it is clear from the debate and everything. So let's allow the leaders to present positions, except probably if you have minor amendments here and there. But let's allow the leaders to present the positions. If we are sticking pins, we stick pins and we move ahead. Otherwise, we'll stay here for the rest of the night, because we can't subject ourselves to a debate on every clause. If we subject ourselves to a debate on every clause, we'll spend the whole night here. So I think I have to regulate what is going on now. So please, of course, we know, as a matter of fact, that Section 38, we are all sticking it. Yes, honorable members, the leaders probably, if you have issues or if you have a position on anything, you can just communicate to your leaders quietly so that we speed up the interventions. We know we are sticking the pin on 38. Am I right? We are sticking the pin on 38 also. Okay, so we jump on to page 6. Leader of government business. Let's proceed. Yes. Page 6 and 7.
Mr. Chairman, I work in
Hold on. Leader of the opposition need to be ready to raise issues. Yes, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have noted the provisions in the 6. I have already elucidated on them appropriately, combining 76. Why do we need to harmonize to have a cost-related proportional representation system as a sole form of elections we have? As I said, we have made our submissions on 2 grounds. So in fact, initially, I wanted to submit to any heavyweight that I want to reassure the public that the threshold can discuss. Because for the threshold, in 1996, we had 12.5 and only 6 political parties. So 5% threshold, we have 6 political parties. 12.5%, we have 3 political parties. And 11.9, 2 political parties in 2023, as we have now. So I wanted to reassured those who made submissions to us that in the administration of the proportional representation system, we are going to review the threshold. Definitely with NEC. That's the assurance we give. We will review the threshold based on public discourse, because that one has been also submitted in various consultations.
Leader, we have stopped a bill on the system.
Basic, we have 76.74. Yeah.
I only refer to page.
I wanted to make a sure you said everything. That's why I wanted to.
Yeah, but let's not go there again.
I have already submitted for.
Under page 7, we are now dealing primarily with independent candidates for presidential election.
No, Mr. Speaker, before we go to page 7, I have an issue that is not related to PR. We have already talked a bit on PR, so
yes,
I don't want to
PR.
go to it. I don't want to talk about it again. Yes. Now I have an issue here. If you look at D, that is clause 4D, which is the amendment of 38. It says, in subsection 5, by insertion of the following proviso, it says provided that where the final report of the senior census is published at or less than 24 months before the general elections, and data collected from the census shall not be used for determining the number of parliamentary representatives for the general elections. This is very serious, Mr. Chairman. The effect it has is that there is the second census, and this now is recognizing any delay caused deliberately in preparing the report for a descendant census.
So what do you suggest?
I am suggesting that we delete it.
Suggesting that we delete it.
Yes.
Let's lead up government business. Let's go directly to the issues now.
Mr. Chairman, before the leader of government business comes in, I still find this process very difficult. The reason being, yesterday it was the APC in the tripartite that mentioned the one senior census. Today it is the APC that is saying the senior census should be removed. What is the actual?
So you as the president that will maintain it.
Yes, now let's go.
Are you saying that
allow me to throw light on this post? The chairman, see, we have to give credibility to ourselves. As I say, once we keep on struggling internally to adjust ourselves, people outside disrespecting us. It is in black and white, tripartite recommendations. We have been shouting. I am not talking to please a gallery. I'm speaking to the document that we have acceded to. The tripartite recommendations, 38. Then they have Leone, 38. This is not good for our country. It's really not good for us. Let's try to see my colleagues and wait. 38, recommendation 38. The Constitution to be amended so that the proviso of section 38(4) to be amended so that only the data from the senior census to be used for electoral purposes.
So because it was agreed in the tripartite agreement, yes. So you want it maintained, not so? You want it maintained, not
yes.
So?
Yes.
We stick a pin.
We stick a pin. Be consistent with the law.
Leader of the opposition, we are sticking a pin here.
Yes,
we proceed.
I agree with you.
We proceed. We proceed.
And also, Mr. Speaker.
What other area? We are now on page 7.
Just shut down.
Yes.
It does not necessarily mean that what appears from that, what is the product of the tripartite recommendation is. I will tell you why. The search and nomination committee is in the tripartite, but they have kept targets. Why do they think that we should take what they want?
That's why I'm sticking a pin here, because I know it's contentious. Let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't kick against it. I think we have to recall something that we do say. I said, because for the conscience we do serve ourselves and God. When we are in opposition, I was the director of admin at the SLPP office. I sat there for 2 years. Our partner, the girl who submitted this start a nomination committee. I was the one. I was part of the team.
It's all right.
So, please note my words.
Yes.
This one, SLPPO, APCO, you all accept that.
It's all right. It's all right. Yes. So, any other issue on page 7?
Yes, sir.
Any other issue on page 7?
Yes, sir. Independent candidates,
Independent candidates.
Go. We want to make.
Do you support independent candidates? For presidential. So, do you support it?
No, I want to back it with small explanation.
Yes.
But we want it to be guided by law. That whosoever may have been part of a political party 2 years before the election should not go independent.
I have heard it for time's sake. Yes. I have read this provision from 7 to it continues in page 8.
Yes.
Let me tell you, the section 38 of the Public Elections Act is very clear. When first the structure of you having PPLCs in registered political party. Here they are talking about checking if you are good in the community, financial status. No, independent candidate, just look at 35 in registered political party. And let me tell you, sir. If you're selecting a candidate for presidential, we have to have the moral value in our presidential candidate. You are going through conventions, properly screened before you are nominated at PPLC or 10. So why do we want to vote at that 35? I stand independent candidate.
What we are saying is that
no caveat. We don't want caveat. No caveat at all.
But if you say
we don't want caveat.
Mr. Speaker,
you have to come into this. The issue of independent candidates. You cannot make laws to indiscriminate a section of the population. The independent candidate must be accepted into this debate. But with a caveat.
That is your position.
No, it's my position.
Yes.
With a caveat.
So, hold on, yes, it's noted.
Mr. Chairman,
positions are very clear.
Mr. Chairman, I think my own proposition is this. While I am not against independent candidates, but it will require further amendments to other sections of the Constitution. For example, it will require us to amend section 35(1), which says it is political parties that present candidates for elections. It will also require us to amend section 41 paragraph B, which says for one to qualify to be a presidential candidate, you have to aspire under a political party. And it will also require us to amend section 35(4). If we are ready to do all of that, then
and all of those leader of the opposition, and all of those are not here. Not all of them are here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Like we said, we are very flexible. And there are times we are very flexible. We have demonstrated that countless.
So what did you say?
Yes, I am saying now
you accept
that I want to go with the proposal made by the leader of the
yes.
Yes.
So
and I want the public to note that
you are supporting him.
Yes, I'm supporting him.
you have supported him before. You have supported him before.
Mr. Minister,
the negotiation is give and take.
inform your transfers. That one goes. That one goes. We move on. Page 8. Page 8. Yes. Anything on page 8? Yes.
Yes, I have a problem with it.
Page 8. Which clause?
Page 8 is clause. It's paragraph E. It's clause 7, starting from page 7. It comes down to page 8 and paragraph E. I am also stating, Mr. Chairman, for the record,
that a recommendation was made by the tripartite committee, and if you permit me, let me go read it quickly, which I think we should adopt. It says a constitutional amendment to section 42, subsection 2, paragraph E of this constitution, so that in the presidential elections, a candidate can only be elected on the first round if they paragraph A, obtain 50 plus 1 vote of the total valid vote cast nationally, and paragraph B, obtains 25% of the total valid vote cast in each district in at least half of the districts of Sierra Leone. If the 2/3 thresholds are not met, there is a second round and the candidate with the highest number of valid votes cast will be declared elected. That is the proposal I want, and all the rest represented by the AG goes. That is my submission.
Yes, leader of the opposition.
Yeah, what has been established here today is that basically we all agreed at the recommendations of the tripartite committee. But what is emanating now from both sides is quite different from what is stated. We are saying we are shifting totally. So we are saying on this side that the threshold for presidency should not be determined by district, because the power to establish district lies solely in the hands of the president on the advice of 3 people.
So what is your position?
So my position is, because we cannot go by district, and because 50 plus 1 has an addendum, the addendum which is district is to ensure that you have national appeal. That same national appeal could be achieved by 55%. It could be achieved.
Leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First,
their position is 25%.
Yes. First, I have stood on several clauses with other colleagues, and I'm the leader of government business. By extension, I've been seen with sincerity to support our document. Order, please. I have had the submission made by my Deputy Speaker. I have had the submission made by Deputy Speaker, and that is his position. But for me, I will not throw this document under the bus. I see myself standing with the document to fight in the interest of the state. I have pushed for political inclusivity in representation. The AG said I have done consultation in the submission that they did in July 2025. The people have asked for other things to take place. I reminded him today about forming the PR system, reaching right across to the executive level. And today we are talking about inclusivity. Let me refer you to section 42, subsection 2E of the Constitution, Act number 6 of 1991. 55% is what we all go for. This is not achievable. It's not even practice in sub-region. We look for best practice. But as I said, in the Western Europe, out of 28 countries, we have 21 countries practicing the PR system in their own forms of shape. Now, for political inclusivity, which I cannot throw this clause away, we have simple majority and also stand with the 20% as stated in this provision. Mr. Chairman,
20% in at least 2/3
you have a district. I stand with that one. Let me solve it now.
You want to stand with that?
Yes, sir. Let me not come.
He said 55%.
No, I'm coming. That's why I'm coming. You know, now 3 position now. He said the appetite. We cannot prepare document, shout about it, and want to create other books. This document we have discussed.
You know your position.
No, now let me learn now. 55. When you go to 55%, which is subsection 2E. But when you come to F, Mr. Chairman, F, if I get 50 plus 1 or 51% first round, second round, 14 days, not even 1 month, 14 days you should do a rerun. But by natural something, SO2.
You want to maintain it?
All man they go to you, me, they maintain SO2.
It's all right.
This one we have as proposed to us.
It's all right, we are sticking the pin there.
Yes.
Then we move on.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman, before you go, yes. I want him to know that in as much as the leader of government business submitting, he has the liberty to submit his own position.
Yes.
Yeah, he submit his position. I want you to allow us to tell him that even within ourselves, for decency's sake, I'm challenging him that I will stand by my documents, sir.
Yes,
So,
let me hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I will not take long. The leader is relying on the proposal brought to us. And I'm relying not only on an agreement entered into between the government of Sierra Leone and the APC, but I'm also relying on the government white paper gazetted for the amendment of a provision that was not discussed in the constitutional review documents. So, for the records, the Lawyer Society, Campaign for Good Governance, and the rest, they insisted that no mention was made to section 42, subsection 2, paragraph E on the Justice Kawan recommendation. But however, the government white paper stated this, that additionally, government is of the view that the existing provision requiring that a candidate for election as president pulls in his favor not less than 55% of the valid vote cast has resulted in runoff elections at great cost to the national purse and national security and peace. The provision is also increasingly inconsistent with regional best practice. This is what government recommends now. Government is therefore proposing that the page 1159. Have you seen it? On the government white paper, I've distributed the white paper to all the leaders for the records, and I've sent it through our IT department to be uploaded in our tablets, so everybody have access to it. Have you seen it? So for the records, government recommendation, the government is therefore proposing that a threshold of more than 50% of the valid vote cast will suffice for a president to command legitimacy from the electorate. It will therefore stand that a person shall not be elected as president of the Republic of Sierra Leone unless at the presidential election he has pulled more than 50% of the valid vote cast in his favor. Mr. Chairman, as I am submitting, I am saying I believe the members on this side will for the first time support me, and they will encourage leader of government business to believe in the position of governance, because the Honorable Gebao has said government is continuity, and this is the continuation of a government policy plus a proposal in an agreement. So, Mr. Chairman, I am saying under the principle of Acta Sunt Servanda, we are under obligation to respect international agreements, and this agreement was arbitrated by international arbiters. So for me,
read that position again.
So the position, let me read government's recommendation. The government's recommendation is, government is therefore proposing that a threshold of more than 50% of the valid vote cast will suffice for a president to command legitimacy from the electorate. It will therefore stand.
50 plus 1.
So I'm going to read the rendition now. It will therefore stand that, this is the rendition now. A person shall not be elected as president of the Republic of Sierra Leone unless at the presidential elections he has pulled more than 50% of the valid vote cast in his favor. That is my submission.
It's just a question of syntax. It's the same thing. It's just the same thing.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my colleague on his other side attempting to take off from different positions. As I said in my submission, quoting also the opposition leader, that who cited, who played the tripartite, he cannot be supported. They signed this document, as he said, the APC and the SLP, leaving out other political parties. I don't have a problem with that. But what is before me, for my aging, is simple majority and the district system, 20% in each other districts. He cannot even be supported by his own colleague on the other side, who has been shouting, trumpeting the tripartite recommendation. So why is he trying to convince my colleagues on this other side for them to vote for that position when an APC on the other side is going against the position? My position is clear, sir. This is about the nation. My position is clear. that I cannot throw my documents under the bus as the APC is doing for the tripartite now. I stand with my man, the AG. I vote for the 20% by district system and also simple majority. I respect this, sir. Let me think. I can receive my decision, sir. Point of order, sir. I can receive my decision if the honors to the apartheid arrangement between the SLPP and the APC that I'll be rejected by moral guarantor. But I cannot throw my own documents under the bus. I will start with my document.
I want us to get something right. You know, from the thread we go in, it seems as if the SNP is taking two positions.
No. Point of order, sir. Point of order. I beg you. No, I am the leader of government business.
This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM. We empower the nation. This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM.
Hey, you think you got what it takes to be Salvador next up, DJ?
Whether you're a professional DJ, radio DJ, upcoming DJ, club DJ, streets DJ, even pop DJ, or DJ self with the DJ and bedroom.
This is your chance for stepping to the spotlight. Compete for be the best and choose a waiting made of.
Bring you energy, bring you originality, and most of all, bring you A game, because this might be a moment.
If you believe say you get wetin it take for win the 200 million, get it from today. You ready? You ready?
Vibes and Spin DJs battle coming soon. Brought to you by Crips International.
Ah, exactly. Yeah, Central Boy. We didn't at the house like Toa. Bill from scratch like Noah. Even though I don't know her. Fala Uda Sabi Road make you baby fasting behind me like a toa. Above the game, just observing all the drama. Rappers look up to me like I'm Victor Weminyama. I get big ego and I not believe in karma. Only thing where they go around and come around like this 17-inch Yokohama. I dey up like Leicester. The last one, not just the first semester. They already know I got something big coming, so they say it's in the third trimester. I switch the flow like a sound selector. Good girl want on the pressure. The girl say like man we get power, so I charge her at the wall like Tesla. If they don't know what you do, a man them must suppose. Not even do a man you do, a man them must suppose. But if you see how I can bust the shows, then you go no say need no day for juxtapose. But watch you got, watch you bobo. Me not king na me city and the city where you come up. They not able retire me, so now then the feds for space are the least of the one that will inspire me. Mirror, mirror on the wall, do that bad pass. I ain't really short, but it weak like back pass. Would I laugh first? Would I laugh last? Would I hop on the beats left empty? Kakas. Call me name if you want some more. Show up and make it rain and pour. This summer I'm back on tour. I'm live in London, September 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
This is Yvonne Akisoyer, Mayor of Freetown, and I come to tell the residents of Freetown, Freetonians, dirty must go. So waiting we do about that. We will not pass that new bylaw. We mean say everybody for register with the approved service provider. If you don't know you own, then you for dial 8244 or go to the FCC website for find out. For call them, let them come and register you. Payment will be done using an app, online payment, cash business not a day again. If you want a bin or a bag, you go able to get them from your service provider, where they all now don't customize and make them standard. But if you want to use what you get down this step, all right. We want to let everybody member say this na law, and because na law, FCC don't sign MOU with the Sierra Leone police. Now then set the EPRI for enforce. No give you dirty to then push for them with the ala clean salon. Freetonians, let everybody register with an FCC approved waste service provider. Let we work together for ensure say dirty must go.
This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM. We empower the nation.
You want to maintain it?
All man they go to you, me they maintain SO2.
It's alright.
This one we have as proposed to us.
It's alright, we are sticking the pin.
Yes.
Then we move on.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman, before you go, yes. I want him to know that in as much as our leader of government business submitting, he has the liberty to submit his own position.
Yes.
Yeah, he submit his position. I want you to allow us to tell him that even within ourselves, for decency's sake, I'm challenging him that I will stand by my documents.
Yes,
so,
let me hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I will not take long. The leader is relying on the proposal brought to us. And I'm relying not only on an agreement entered into between the government of Sierra Leone and the ABC, but I'm also relying on the government white paper gazetted for the amendment of a provision that was not discussed in the constitutional review documents. So, for the records, the Royal Society, Campaign for Good Governance, and the rest, they insisted that no mention was made to Section 42, subsection 2,
paragraph E on the Justice Kawan recommendation. But however, the government white paper stated this, that additionally, government is of the view that the existing provision requiring that a candidate for election as president pulls in his favor not less than 55% of the valid vote cast has resulted in runoff elections at great cost to the national purse and national security and peace. The provision is also increasingly inconsistent with regional best practice. This is what government recommends now. Government is therefore proposing that the page 1159. Have you seen it? On the government white paper, I have distributed the white paper to all the leaders for the records, and I have sent it through our IT department to be uploaded in our tablets, so everybody have access to it. Have you seen it? So for the records, government recommendation. The government is therefore proposing that a threshold of more than 50% of the valid vote cast will suffice for a president to command legitimacy from the electorate. It will therefore stand that a person shall not be elected as president of the Republic of Sierra Leone unless at the presidential election he has polled more than 50% of the valid vote cast in his favor. Mr. Chairman, as I am submitting, I am saying I believe the members on this side will for the first time support me, and they will encourage leader of government business to believe in the position of government, because the Honorable Gebao has said government is continuity, and this is a continuation of a government policy plus a proposal in an agreement. So, Mr. Chairman, I am saying under the principle of Acta Sunt Servanda, we are under obligation to respect international agreement, and this agreement was arbitrated by international arbiters. So for me, read that position again. So the position, let me read government's recommendation. The government recommendation is, government is therefore proposing that a threshold of more than 50% of the valid vote cast will suffice for a president to command legitimacy from the electorate. It will therefore stand 50 plus 1. So I'm going to read the rendition now. It will therefore stand that, this is the rendition now. A person shall not be elected as president of the Republic of Sierra Leone unless at the presidential elections he has polled more than 50% of the valid vote cast in his favor. That's my submission.
It's just a question of syntax. It's the same thing. It's just the same thing.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my colleague on this other side attempting to take off from different positions. As I said in my submission,
This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM. We empower the nation.
Hey, you think you got what it takes to be your next top DJ?
Whether you're a professional DJ, radio DJ, upcoming DJ, club DJ, streets DJ, even pop DJ, or DJ self-ready DJ in bedroom.
This is your chance for stepping to the spotlight. Compete for be the best and show shall always made of.
Bring you energy, bring you originality, and most of all, bring you A game, because this might be your moment.
If you believe say you get wetin it take for win the 200 million, get it from today. You ready? You ready?
Vibes and Spin DJs battle coming soon. Brought to you by Crips International.
New idea toward the constitutional amendment. The 50% or 50 plus 1 is that the 50 plus 1 win at the last election with the PR system. Me personally I support. The reason be that we all know that this country that they do election, we don't see they get amendments, and so we get runoff, or we cancel may not die, or me may not die. How can I call it? Honorable don't die. We don't do that runoff election. A lot of problem. Other halala they do, other things they do. So you see, so me I dey talk to all the companies for me to accept that PR system, because now the political party they appoint policy. 1, 2, 3 policy. After this policy and this policy, for example, I don't know, give example to the council where we don't tell me time. Minnesota City Council OG, where he died, no election. They just appoint one with the second. But they say now, you can't do election that fed that other thing all too chasing. So me, Professor Binya, I support the PR system and the 50+1%. I support that very well.
According to the citizens of this country, we dey try our best for like we say government system try for improving this country. The 50% with the 50.1% with the count and so now they fine for like become a president because traditional 55% where they defend pass no more go per run off. So now we say we not go one run off, we want 110 go because that run off then a waste of resources in this country. So we money they go. Besides and this PRO system where they count in the country. Me, I look at and say, I don't have a problem with that day. Because every constituency, where you say that this policy, you allow make as a constituency, the positive map now, the people that they work go meter too much. But now the PR system, it depends on now. It's easy for everybody. It depends on what you can do for the people there. If you get power, you make that then, it's okay. Because government business, government ain't get everything.
Me, this PR system, I not say, na better thing for you, for we Sierra-Leoneans. Because we be used to that. Where we go vote, we go honorable, we go councillor them. If you some type in a way, we able to go to the honorable or councillor, go cry to them, then they help we. But right now, this PR system, hey, some type in a way, where are they going to go? They say na districts. You say get wool, but they honorable and they councillor, then they be fine. That be fine system. One the government left that system, because anything you honorable the responsible, you councillor the responsible. Well, now they say then people and they say no, now party and put you inside. Yeah, we not can work for party. No, so that system is not good for we Sierra-Leoneans.
You, I mean, say 49 person get like 49. You want get 50% plus one person. Like if them for go make other election, you better let them do the election because let them waste other resources. For let them make other election, let run off nobody. Because Wilberforce now, I'm not able to sabi the honorable way there. I'm not sabi because we na other side, we na one great honorable they represent we all. We may not sabi self. We don't na the honorable na the district. Like me, I go let them count because if we get issues them, like anything where I'm going na bridge or everything, and then we will sabi the policy we na the honorable, we will go meet them for we own problem.
No idea toward the constitution amendment. The 50% or 50+1 is that the 50+1 we in the last election with the PR system. Me personally I support. The reason be that we all know that this country that they do election, we don't see they get amendments. So we get run off or we cancel may not die or may not die. How can I call it? Honorable don't die. We will do that run off election. A lot of problem, other things that they do. So you see, so me, I dey talk to all the countries for me to accept that PR system because now the political party then they appoint policy 1, 2, 3 policy after this policy.
In the heart of Sierra Leone's dynamic rhythm, Rocal Commercial Bank is your beat to a brighter financial future. We're not just a bank, but we're your financial partner committed to your success. We've got the financial tools you need to rise higher. Our team is here to serve you with speed and a smile because your time matters to us. So, are you ready to unlock financial prosperity? Highlighting key banking services such as Keke loans, combo account, fixed deposits, SME loans, internet and corporate banking, from savings that grow your dreams to loans that fuel your ambitions. Demonstrating fast and friendly customer service. Showcasing cutting-edge banking technology and ATMs. Access your money anytime, anywhere with our state-of-the-art technology and a network of ATMs. Our Rocal SimCopper app puts banking in your hands, where you can pay for EDSA, Afri Money, Orange Money, and pay bills including school fees and make transfers to other bank accounts. Remember, you can also experience Rocal e-banking today. Then join us now. Visit any of our branches or explore our website. Rocal Commercial Bank, your bank of choice.
When starting your day, getting fit is the first step. When the hustle starts, nothing should stall you. When it's time to plan your future, saving should be easy. When you're ready to expand, no room for excuses. When your child needs relief, waiting isn't an option. And if it's you asking, no isn't an answer. Because for us, when it comes to banking, it's all about you.
Are you tired of waiting in long lines at the bank? Say hello to OmniLite, your ultimate banking solution from EcoBank. With OmniLite, managing your finances has never been easier. Here's why. OmniLite allows you to enjoy easy access to your account information across multiple countries. Monitor your accounts in real time from the comfort of your home or office. Rest assured, with OmniLite, all your online transactions are guaranteed secure. Do you need to transfer funds? No problem. Whether it's domestic or international, OmniLite has got you covered. Make multiple payments effortlessly with our convenient multiple transfer service. And paying bills is a breeze with Quick Bill Pay. Plus, schedule future payments hassle-free with standing order. Want a checkbook? Just request it on OmniLite and it will be delivered to your doorstep within 10 working days. Experience the convenience and efficiency of OmniLite today. Visit us online or at your nearest EcoBank branch to learn more. A better way, a better Africa.
The Sierra Bar Association stands at an important moment in its history. Our profession is growing, the expectations of members are changing, and the demands placed upon the bar has never been greater. The bar must remain a fearless defender of the rule of law and constitutional government. At the same time, it must become more responsive to the needs of its members, more accessible across the country, more transparent in its operation, and more prepared for the future. My vision is simple: a united, professional, accountable, and modern bar association that serves its members with excellence while remaining a respected voice on matters of justice and national importance. The current memorandum and articles of association have served lawyers for many years. However, recent issues concerning membership rights, electoral procedures, and administrative processes demonstrate that significant reforms is now necessary. To achieve this, my executive will establish a committee to lead consultations among legal practitioners and work out a blueprint for the reform of the internal process of the bar, which includes a review of the memorandum and articles of association. The committee will also comprise senior members of the profession, young lawyers, representatives from all regions, senior practitioners, corporate and private practitioners. The committee will also be responsible for developing and administering a clear electoral framework. All electoral rules, eligibility criteria, nomination procedures, and timelines will be clearly defined, published well in time, and applied consistently to ensure transparency, fairness, and confidence in electoral processes. Colleagues all, my agenda is not merely a political statement. It is a covenant with every member of the bar and with the citizens we collectively serve. It is a promise of transformative, principled, and accountable leadership. I invite every member of the Bar Association to join me in building a bar worthy of the trust our nation placed in us. Together, we are stronger. The independence of the judiciary and the legal profession is non-negotiable in a democratic society. We will be uncompromising in defending both. Our advocacy will focus on strengthening the bar's human rights and public interest work by establishing a dedicated rule of law and human rights committees within the bar to monitor, document, and respond to violations. We will speak promptly and consistently on issues affecting constitutional governance. We will defend lawyers facing intimidation or interference in the lawful discharge of their duties. My executive will promote legal literacy programs across the country. Expand access to justice for vulnerable and underserved communities. Engage constructively with state institutions like the police, while maintaining the independence of the profession. Train and deploy legal observers to elections at all levels, local, regional, and national. Colleagues all, my agenda is not merely a political statement. It is a covenant with every member of the bar and with the citizens we collectively serve. It is a promise of transformative, principled, and accountable leadership. I invite every member of the Bar Association to join me in building a bar worthy of the trust our nation placed in us. Together, we are stronger. The quality of legal education directly determines the quality of justice. We will work to ensure that legal training in our jurisdiction is rigorous, relevant, and accessible. This agenda includes expanding continuing legal education programs, supporting practical skills development for young lawyers, encouraging specialization in emerging areas of law, strengthening engagement with universities and legal training institutions, promoting legal research, writing and publication, supporting advocacy training, trial skills and professional ethics programs, facilitating international exchanges and professional partnerships with the International Bar Association, the African Bar Association, and Commonwealth Lawyers Association. We will advocate for increased government funding for legal education and the expansion of scholarship opportunities for lawyers. We will create opportunities for young lawyers to engage with senior practitioners through structured mentorship. Colleagues all, my agenda is not merely a political statement. It is a covenant with every member of the bar and with the citizens we collectively serve. It is a promise of transformative, principled, and accountable leadership. I invite every member of the Bar Association to join me in building a bar worthy of the trust our nation placed in us. Together, we are stronger.
Exactly. Yeah, Central boy. We didn't at the house like Toa. Bill I'm from scratch like Noah. Even though I don't know her. Follow Oda Sabi road, make you baby fasting behind me like a Toa. Above the game, just observing all the drama. Rappers look up to me like I'm Victor Weminyama. I get big ego and I not believe in karma. Only thing where they go around and come around now this 17-inch Yokohama. I did up like Leicester. The last one, not just the first semester. They already know I got something big coming, so they say it's in the third trimester. I switch the flow like a sound selector. Good girl want on the pressure. The girl say like man we get power, so I charge her the wall like Tesla. If they don't know what you do, a man them must suppose. Not even do a man you do, a man them must suppose. But if you see how I can bust the shows, then you go no say need no day for juxtapose. But watch you watch you bobo, me not king na me city and the city where you come up. They not able retire me, so now then the fence for space are the list of the one that will inspire me. Mirror on the wall, do that bad pass. I ain't really short, but it weak like back pass. Woulda laugh first, woulda laugh last. Woulda hop on the beats left empty, cacas. Call me name if you want some more. Show up and make it rain and pour. This summer I'm back on tour. I'm live in London, September 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, you think you got what it takes to be your next up DJ?
Whether you're a professional DJ, radio DJ, upcoming DJ, club DJ, streets DJ, even pop DJ, or DJ self with the DJ and bedroom.
This is your chance for stepping to the spotlight. Compete for be the best and choose a lot made of.
Bring you energy, bring you originality, and most of all, bring you A game, because this might be your moment.
If you believe say you get wetin it take for win the 200 million, get it from today. You ready? You ready?
Vibes and Spin DJs battle coming soon. Brought to you by Crips International.
The National Protected Area Authority (NPAA), when at the office where government set up for look after protected area them na the country, they want all man where they buy land, build house, cut stick, burn charcoal, mine, cut mangrove, na the wetland.
Up the hill them
for tapa 110 because the law go bet you tranga one where you go pay boku money or go jail, and self you go pay the money and same way so you go the jail. So no say they no want you na for the tomorrow bambai. So if you see person they do them bad thing they are na the wetland or protected area na the country, na for report them na the National Protected Area Office where they near you. So if we see caterpillar or motocar them where they go back filling the wetlands them, we go seize them and the law go bet you tranga one. So protect the environment for protect yourself.
This is got to move from the National Protected Area Authority (NPAA).
This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM. We empower the nation.
Every morning with truth in our hands. No more silence, we take a stand. For the people who cry for the dreams that fade, we speak for the hearts that justice betrayed. Radio True be there
on FM 103.9.
Radio True be there
on FM 103.9.
Now we voice, now we power. True feeder go shine like tower. We no go fear, we go talk. Even if they know I'll make we talk. True media radio on FM 103.9.
Now God we dey pray, now true we dey preach. Freedom of speech, now that we dey teach.
For salon, we go stand tall. Radio True PJ.
One voice for all.
We honor the land, the struggle, the fight. We shine a light in the darkest night because we believe in hard work and faith to Sierra Leone way. We hold the line, come what may.
Them one set we more them, but we go shout. Now the poor man voice we they bring out.
Now we alright for know the truth. Now that make we go protect the truth.
Truth big and no they neglect anyone.
We are the voice, we are the flame. Truth will rise, they'll know our name. We are the truth and nothing else.
Truth they get, we know they play.
Now for Salon, we declare the way. Tune in every day to
Truth me get radio.
3.9.
Truth me get radio.
3.9. You radio to media. You radio to media. You radio to media. You radio to media. Radio to media.
On FM 103.9.
Radio to media.
On FM 103.9.
This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM. We empower the nation.
Weekends, when it is 3 days. For more than 3 days, weekends are taken into account. So that's all the more reason why you need to be specific. Fine. Because there are certain Supreme Court rules that will refer to the High Court rules. Because there are no provisions in the Supreme Court rules dealing with those specific issues. So they will refer you back to the High Court rules. And in the High Court rules, more than 3 days. If we are talking about 3 days, then weekends will not be considered. But more than 3 days, let's say 7 days, 14 days, weekends are considered as days. So that's all the more reason why you need to be very specific. You need to be very clear on either the days are working days or not. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think that's the more reason. This is the grown up.
Please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think more reason. This is the grown up. Yes. These are ordinary people. So
I think that's fair. And 14 working days, that too is also fair. Any other query?
So you know where it appears.
Yes. Yes. Because to put together evidential materials for filing is not a child's play, especially for elections. So that's all the more reason why we need to give enough, latitude, so that people have enough time to go around, collect their evidence, collect them to be able to file.
Wherever it appears.
Yes. So let's say 7 working days, 14 working days.
Wherever it appears.
Yes. So let's say 7 working days, 7 working days. I think even the minister will be comfortable with that also.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a proposal.
Yes.
Going by what the Honourable Member of Parliament, Honourable Member of the Opposition, Statimbo, recommended, as well as recommendations made by the leader of government business, that the procedure for petitions, that would be the entirety of page 9, from G to page 11, that would be B2. The entire procedure for filing of petitions, we will recommend that these be expunged publicly and moved into the public.
Which one?
From paragraph G on page 9.
Yes.
That's about the procedure. Like, I'm person dissatisfied with the declaration. So G, H, I, J, K, I, and going to the entirety of
up to B.
Yes, up to B
on page
10.
Yes.
And then of course by extension on by extension to 4 on page 11. We recommend that all of those procedures be expunged from the bill and will move into the Public Elections Act.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you are talking. I think Honorable Timo, you breathe again. That's so? You breathe again. Timo hasn't got the point. It's only that we are moving it. He hasn't got the point. We are just moving the provision somewhere else. Yes. So we move on to page 11. The second half of page 11. No, we have moved all of this. All of that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, hold on. So, are we? So, honorable members, we've gotten rid of the whole of page 9, 10, and the upper half of page 11. So we are now going to clause 8 downwards. Clause 8 downwards. Yes, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Minister.
I will move that clause 8 43-1. The 43-1 be removed from the bill for now.
43-1.
Yes.
Plus 3-1, that's all?
There's 43-1, yeah. There's amendment of section 43-1, yeah.
Honorable members, leaders, the minister has just moved that we remove 43-1. Is he accepted? Yes. Accepted? Yes. Accepted. Okay, we proceed. Still page 11, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
No, it's just 40. Sorry, sir. It's 40.
Hold on, Honorable.
Is it 8?
Is it the whole of 43?
No.
That's my question.
It's 43, only 43. That's 8 plus 8. When you have 43-1, so only move. We have
43-1, 2 and 3.
Yes. No. There is 3, 2 and 3, okay. 2 and 3, okay. Yes. AG, look at it.
Yes. Minister.
Yeah, so we say clause 8. That has to do with 43. The amendment to 1 and 2 be expunged. But 3 to stay. Yes.
3 states.
Yes.
3 states. So 43, 1 and 2 votes. Hold on. Yes, Honorable Director.
Then how can the laundry now?
Yeah, we just adjust the number. That will be
3 states. But
the number will change. Yes, Honorable Director.
43.
Yes.
It says in the event that a presidential candidate is standing trial on a criminal charge to which the state is a party, what happens in cases of private criminal summons?
Well, that's private. The state has no control of private.
No, you have the power to not live in private, right?
No, you can't. Let's not go there. Because the state has total control over state prosecution, but over those other private criminal summons and stuff like that.
So it continues, but you
let's not go into private proceedings.
So, but what if there's a private case, there's a private criminal summons?
We allow the candidate to settle that, sir.
So if they cannot,
who does not want to be a friend of the presidential candidate?
Mr. Chairman.
So even a political party can just approach that person and say, no, can we
just maybe, Mr. Chairman?
I am there too. Yes, Honorable Tibo.
Mr. Chairman, I'm saying that the reason why, or the idea behind this, is to prevent the presidential candidate not to be going back and forth in a criminal matter when he should be busy campaigning. So whether it's the state or private person, he still will have to appear in court whenever there's an adjourned date. So for the avoidance of all these challenges, I am suggesting or proposing that.
And you think a political party can't handle that?
Well, what if it comes from
don't forget.
What if it comes from Mohamed Bandura? What if it comes from Mohamed Bandura against this mountain? It's not impossible. He said this will keep am busy. It can be done.
And Mr. Minister, you address this one.
I think, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I think, of course, our justice system allows for private criminal prosecutions. The law also allows for the Attorney General to take over such private criminal summons and continue or discontinue them. It's an exercise of discretion, and I would advise against putting a clause in the Constitution that will significantly impact the rights of an individual to seek justice for a matter that is really a genuine accountability question. Now the thing is, I would say, I think we all talk about the letters and the spirit of the Constitution. I think if the state, or say the Attorney General, really determines the exercise of that discretion, that such prosecution undermines the spirit of this provision, then I think they should act in that case. But I think putting it as a constitutional requirement would be what the problem is. In any case, under the new Criminal Procedure Act, frivolous prosecution could actually land the person into trouble. It's law. If you really determine that the prosecution...
Okay, so what Honorable Timbo is saying, that we don't delete to which the state is a party. To which the state is a party. As it now read, in the event that the presidential candidate is standing trial on a criminal charge 1 year prior to the election, such trial shall be suspended until after the election. So you remove to which the state is a party.
Mr. Speaker,
then that one becomes general.
Mr. Speaker, I always like to say I had the honor of serving on the tripartite committee.
Yes.
And I remember we discussed this proposal. Originally, the recommendation read exactly the way you have articulated it, or in line with the honourable member's suggestion. But the concern was that if you leave it like that, it's actually an overreach to require the Constitution. It's every matter, whether it's a genuine criminal matter instituted by a private individual that has gone on for some time, even before the person becomes a candidate. What if someone becomes a candidate just because they want this matter discontinued? That is a concern, and so that is why, as a safeguard, we deliberately inserted the requirement that it has to be a prosecution to which the state is a party. That way, the state can exercise its powers to suspend such prosecution. But in the case of a private individual prosecuting a matter of legitimate concern to them, except if that prosecution will undermine the spirit of this provision, in that case, say the prosecution is frivolous, then the state has a responsibility to protect the provisions in this constitution. But to require every private individual to get their own prosecutions suspended, we thought that would be an overreach. So it will be a recommendation that we keep the requirement that it has to be a matter to which the state is a party.
Any other point on page 11?
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, hold on, Honorable. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, this is a bit legal, but we are politicians. As a political party, we have experienced the situation of our former leader in 2002 and 2007.
What leader?
And as TBK and as Koroma. Whilst we were going to court, all those court matters were settled by individuals, but the impact, what we are asking for is, the reason for this law is to allow the candidates and political party to run the elections. We are not saying the matter should be dropped entirely, but for that period under review, for the stability of our democracy, imagine we have to be going to court, at the same time we have to be campaigning for lower level elections.
No, this is limited to presidential candidate.
No, that's it. The presidential candidate is part of the party. In our party, it becomes like he was the leader and chairman of the party. At the same time, he was there to court on other issues. We are not saying take the matter off him totally, but for the period of 1 year, that's what we are appealing for. We've seen it.
I think Chairman, the minister.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Well, if you closely study the sub-regional politics, you will agree with me that there are people who use private persons. You will agree that there are people who use private persons to just make allegations against presidential. Let me give you an illustrative example. When you look at Senator, Sonko was to be presidential candidate because he had turned up rape charges against him. He was disqualified by the court. He did not run. Instead, he called for him to run as president. And at the end of the day, after the won, he fled. And that was when they knew it was just a top-up charge. Somebody else could come up against any candidate and build up a case against that candidate.
We are not saying drop
so
the matter.
We are saying now, let us don't drop the matter.
But for the period,
that matter does not interfere into the candidate.
It need to be contentious. Leader.
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this clause really coming to play because
Dr. Samura, I know you had this anti-corruption case, that of the housing issue at you know, for private matters, it's well addressed by the Criminal Procedure Act. Very clear. We are not doing that. We are saying what we call political witch hunt is not going to discourage. The state, you know how the state is powerful. The state is very powerful. But if the presidential candidate is well supported by their political party, or if the presidential candidate is well supported by their political party, for example, the election to the APC, for you just to come as a private person to go after a presidential candidate, or the state, you are trying to prevent the state not to bring the witch hunt towards the presidential candidate, as in the case of Dr. Samura Kamara. So what happened? He dropped that one, even when there was no provision in the law. So he said, no, the president said, let us suspend that after election. You know, if you just go ahead to win the election, and that one is a different matter. So in this case, we are saying the state, this is a caveat to protect the presidential nominated by the political party. We don't want the state to change that presidential candidate if they see that candidate to be a potential winner. Yeah. They don't want them to use it.
So this is either way. So what I want us to do, I think it's reasonable in the circumstances.
Yes, to have
you can just get rid of that. Whether for private criminal, someone it's reasonable. It's not supposed to be contentious anyway. Yes, we just get rid of that. So that nobody will use any private individual to bring a case. Yes. So, Mr. Minister, I think it's reasonable the circumstances.
Mr. Chairman.
So we can just get it. No, Mr. Chairman, we the state is the party.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have been in the opposition where people have wanted to bring law to this chamber to vilify presidential candidates. We stood firm. The presidential candidate we have now, you are a member here on the other side. That you also are involved in who eligible for presidential elections. Our parliamentarians stood firm.
Assuming we have this law.
This law is preventing the state not to bring criminal presidential candidates.
What about private individuals?
No, private. They do the criminal procedure act. That's a separate entity.
It's reasonable.
The state is so powerful. Imagine for Dr. Samara Kamara at the
you can even be presidential candidate tomorrow.
So they would want the state. Mr. Chairman, can you permit me to read the provision?
Reasonable for
every provision slowly so we can follow. Slowly. In the event that a president
let me tell you some history.
All right, sir.
Somebody stood in this world and insisted on his prison. It was not very long until this. So when we have to be extremely careful when we make laws. You can be a presidential candidate tomorrow, and somebody, they will just go and bribe somebody to say, oh, he raped me. But this is politics, don't forget that this is politics. So this one is not going to hurt anybody anyway. So it's reasonable in the second part for all politicians. All politicians. So it's reasonable for all of us.
But let me come again. You are saying we put a clause to put it for private.
Whether private, whether state, let's just so nobody brings a state. Nobody brings a
okay, now I can see now. I can see. Oh, sorry, I break it down.
1 year.
No, sorry. Well, I can see.
So it's reasonable in the circumstances. Mr. Minister, that one is reasonable in the circumstances.
No, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
So, yes, Honorable Giver.
Mr. Chairman, I hope both sides of the aisle we are in agreement with the restoration of the powers of Parliament when it comes to issues of removing the President and the Vice President in circumstances where he or she loses his membership in his political party. Because what the clause, what Section 49 is asking us to add is that in a circumstance where a sitting President or Vice President is to lose his membership in his political party, such President cannot be removed from office unless it is referred to Parliament and the vote of 2/3 of members of Parliament support such a bill.
That goes even for the Vice President.
Yes, so that would be re-restoring the importance of this House as a child with the responsibility of making law and taking care of the law that is still in existence that says the President can sack the Vice President because he has supreme executive authority as it happened in the case of Samson Adams. I hope we are all in agreement with that.
Yes, we are still on page 11.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
we want to be consistent with the stand law. Mr. Chairman, like I'm expecting that it's been moving around for us to have some coffee.
yes.
I want to be consistent with the extra.
Yes.
I see the expulsion.
Which one?
Page 11, where the Parliament, by a resolution supported by 2/3 majority of all the members of Parliament, votes to remove the President following his recognition of.
It should be President and Vice President. Oh, Vice President.
There's another provision.
Oh, there's another
in the next page.
Okay, great.
So we just say we amend that also removal. It's removal. It should be inconsistent with 51.
Yes. Yes, certainly.
Yes.
think the opposition is against. No, they are supporting him. I think that is correct. Can we go to the next page? The next page, yes.
The issue I have with this, the clauses are interconnected.
The clauses?
Yes, when you look at section 41, it says for you qualify to be a resident. Going back, and you must be qualified to be a member of parliament. You must be qualified to be a member of parliament. Going back to 77 which shows that if you lose your membership in your political party, you automatically lose your seat in parliament. It disqualifies you a member of parliament. So by extension, you are not equally qualified to be vice president or president, because the law states that for you to be president or vice president, you must be qualified to be a member of parliament. So I want to appeal that because is paid to that equally. I don't know if you get me.
I don't understand.
You don't understand? You understand? Yes, what I'm saying, for the disqualification for the vice president, if you look at section, it's clear, section 41, the section that is the vice president. For you to be eligible to be vice president, you must belong to a political party, and you must also be qualified of parliament. And for you to be qualified to be a member of parliament, you must be qualified in section 77. It states that if you lose your membership in your political party, you are automatically not qualified to be a member of parliament. You could lose your seat. It could be where a vice president or a president is disqualified, he is not qualified to be a member of parliament. Also apply to give due considerations to those who are
because these are two different scenarios. We are comparing two different scenarios. You know, of course, you come to parliament, you represent political parties. Together. The moment you are elected president and vice president, you represent the state and not a political party. You know, some of these things that happen, you don't represent any political party there. You are for the state. But when you come to parliament, you come here representing a political party. And except if you come as an independent member of parliament, then you represent yourself and your constituents. But when you come here, in addition to representing your constituents, you represent your political party. And the political party has to have some form of control over you. Some form of control. So that's why these states are indicated. So that there's some small control over you. Otherwise, people go haywire. because it's the political parties that will give you their symbol anyway. They give you go on your floor begging them for their symbol. So they should have some form of control over you. That's the point. Yes, we are close. Is it close 10?
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
In the qualification for you to be elected as a vice president, don't forget both of them are voted for. Both of them. We have seen we want to use the same provision in the Constitution, section 51, specifically let me go to 5. We already have a case law. We are using provision to reconcile properly APC. But they still have some small with them. The very magnanimous law here. It was removed with two things that happened.
Don't take us there, please. Don't take us there.
Okay, no, I'm not going there. I'm addressing the case now. First, tribunal was not done. We did not get a court tribunal. Secondly, Parliament was completely omitted in the process of removing the Vice President. Now the Supreme Court, they gave their ruling. We are still dealing with the ruling. As I speak, we don't have to have a situation. We said inter alia, we want to check the executive powers of the President.
We are not paying.
Yes, the same provision is removal. We don't want excessive power in the hands of the President. Removing Auditor General. What we did in this house, we set up the tribunal, and we brought that report to Parliament. We went through the process of removing the then Auditor General. Mr. Chairman,
hold on, please, members, can we take 10 minutes break? Just 10 minutes. Let me assure you, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Please.
Alright, once again we say good evening from wherever you're watching us from.
For the news we get around, log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring change, they get the masses involved. Stuff everywhere, everywhere. Climb the mountain just to get the news. Go down the slums to get the views. The voices go. Credibility, now we ability. News, give you the views, we tell you what. democracy, now we not the answer. Woman them, girl picking, they say get the power. They come from here, they come from here anyhow. Kill the news, we tell you all the time. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, girl picking, they say get the power. They call them here, come from here anyhow. Liberty we run like an eagle we fly. Liberty.
Radio to Ida. Radio to Ida. We rise every morning with truth in our hands. No more silence, we take a stand. For the people who cry for the dreams that fade. We speak for the hearts that justice betrayed. Radio to be there.
On FM 103.9.
Radio to be there.
On FM 103.9.
Now we voice, now we power. True video go shine like tower. We no go fear, we go talk. Even if they know I'll make we talk. True media radio. On FM 103.9.
Now God we dey pray, not true we dey preach. Freedom of speech, now that we dey teach.
For salon, we go stand tall. Radio, true PJ.
One voice for all.
We honor the land, the struggle, the fight. We shine a light in the darkest night. Because we believe in hard work and faith to Sierra Leone way. We hold the line, come what may.
Them one set we more them, but we go shout. Now the poor man voice we they bring out.
Now we alright for know the truth. Now that make we go protect the truth.
Truth began, no they neglect anyone.
We are the voice, we are the flame. Truth will rise, they'll know our name. We are the truth and nothing else.
Truth may get, we know they play.
Now for Salon, we declare the way. Tune in every day to
Truth me get radio.
3.9.
Truth me get radio.
3.9. Radio to media. Radio to media. Radio to media. Radio to media. Radio to media.
On FM 103.9.
Radio to media.
On FM 103.9. Choose video radio. Choose video radio.
Oh, man. Radio to Ida. Radio to Ida. We rise every morning with truth in our hands. No more silence, we take a stand. For the people who cry for the dreams that fade. We speak for the hearts that justice betrayed. Radio to be there.
On FM 103.9.
Radio to be there.
On FM 103.9.
Now we voice, now we power. True video go shine like tower. We no go fear, we go talk. Even if they know I'll make we talk. True media radio. On FM 103.9. darkest night because we believe in hard work and faith. The Sierra Leone way. We hold the line, come what may.
Them one set we more them, but we go shout. Now the poor man voice we they bring out.
Now we alright for know the truth. Now that make we go protect the truth.
Truth began, no they neglect anyone.
We are the voice, we are the flame. Truth will rise, they'll know our name. We are the truth and nothing else.
Truth may get, we know they play.
Now for Salon, we declare the way. Tune in every day to
Truth me get radio.
3.9.
Truth me get radio.
3.9. You radio to media. You radio to media. You radio to media. You radio to media. Radio to media.
On FM 103.9.
Radio to media.
On FM 103.9.
Hey yo, to media.
Truth video radio.
To media.
Truth video radio.
Oh, man. Oh, radio to media. Radio to media. We rise every morning with truth in our hands. No more silence, we take a stand. For the people who cry for the dreams that fade. We speak for the hearts that justice betrayed. Radio to media.
On FM 103.9.
Radio to media.
On FM 103.9.
Now we voice, now we power. True video go shine like tower. We no go fear, we go talk. Even if they know how make we talk. True media radio. On FM 103.9.
Now God we dey pray, they not true we dey preach. Freedom of speech, now that we dey teach.
For Salon, we go stand tall. Radio, true PJ.
One voice for all.
We honor the land, the struggle, the fight. We shine a light in the darkest night because we believe in hard work and faith. The Sierra Leone way. We hold the line, come what may.
Them one set we more them, but we go shout. Now the poor man voice we they bring out.
Now we alright for know the truth. Now that make we go